And then we are going to take the last panel, which was supposed to be chaired by Prof. Luvuyo Dondolo, and bring it forward. So, but also because now the welcoming note is supposed to be done right now by our director of our school, who has another engagement. I'm going to ask him to come over and just make a few opening remarks so that then we can proceed with the program. Are we together? Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Professor Madise to come to the floor and give us an opening and a welcome in the absence of our keynote speaker. Thank you. I'm told that the keynote speaker just got in. That's the latest. So, which means the status quo should remain. I request your indulgence just for a few minutes. The other thing is that we were expecting our rapporteur, whom we cannot locate. But suffice to say that whilst we are still waiting for our keynote speaker, just to mention that for those of you who were at the gala dinner yesterday, very important points were raised. Points that actually tell you that as UNISA, as universities, ideas are not holy cows. So everything is actually there to be challenged. And we conduct research, we challenge these ideas, and it happens that as and when we have a conference like this one, 10 years down the line, people are going to learn something from this conference. People will want to know what you resolve, your resolutions and so on, how you saw things. You might not necessarily be there. Some of us might not necessarily be there. So that is the essence of a conference. I see that Prof. Ramose is here. That means that I'm going to ask him to come to the podium so that then we can be able to proceed with the business of the day. And as I mentioned earlier, at least the school director is here. He's going to make a few opening remarks. And as Prof. Ramose is making his way to the podium, just also want to remind you that today, being the last day of the conference, does not mean that we have arrived at the promised land in terms of this issue around Afrocentricity, Pan-Africanism, and Afrofuturism. What it means is that it simply marks the end of a process whereby we have been able to reflect, and reflect thoroughly so. And I'm sure you will agree with me that there were robust discussions. Of course, in the interest of time, we normally don't have we have not had sufficient spaces to interrogate the different papers. I've had one or two speakers yesterday complaining that, they didn't give me thorough feedback. I hope you can still find it in yourself to engage them before the conference ends, exchange contact details, emails, and so on, so that we can continue to enrich those papers. We would like those papers to be published either as conference proceedings or in our special journal that will be reserved for this conference. So what we need in terms of what Professor Kwandiwe Kondlo said yesterday, especially for the people that are presenting papers, is not quantity but quality. Quantity obviously is just where you are going through the motions and producing lots and lots of material. Yes, you get promoted. Yes, people know that you've got 50 papers, 100 papers, books, and so on. But actually, is it quality? So quality normally makes it that you have got to be very careful about how you are going about producing, that knowledge, knowing that once it is out there, whether on cyber or whether on online platforms and so on, it will be there for as long as 50 years and beyond. Remember, they say that copyright of a paper or some trademark persists for at least about 50 years. It can go beyond. So you can imagine once you have produced that article, and the article is found not to have been robust, not to have checked and cross-checked the facts that are in the article. Chances are that 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, we put question marks around that. And so we don't want that kind of, that's why we insist on quality. With those few words, I would like to ask Professor Madise to come and make some welcoming remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mapunye, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Yes. Let me first acknowledge the presence of some members of the college management. I see here Professor Sabangani. I don't see any others. And then I will also acknowledge the presence of the head of the department, Dr. Madida, and Professor, our guest speaker, Professor Ramosi, and then the program director as well. My job is quite a very simple one, is to open this session and then allow or welcome all the guests present here today. So I just want to simply say, since Monday when this conference was officially opened, we've had a number of papers that were really talking about Robert Sobukwe as well as his ideas on Pan-Africanism. I just want to start basically about the paper that was read by Professor Kwesi Pra on Tuesday, where he spoke about the legacy of Robert Sobukwe and the unity of Africa. One of the things that I actually learned from that paper was that he raised issues that even today are still happening. He spoke about the 1884, the Berlin conference, which actually decided on who actually get shares of Africa or sharing Africa among themselves, mainly from the European context where they were allocating themselves land to Africa. He also spoke about the issues of local languages. How important are they towards education and even educating the next generation and even our own children? This actually not only does not speak to us as Africans to transform our country the way we want it, but it also speaks to one of the niche areas of UNISA in terms of language policy as well as transformation of the curriculum itself, having to look at the use of local languages or to transform some of our modules into languages that are spoken locally. There was also a paper that was presented yesterday as a keynote by Professor Na, where she spoke about African humanism and Afrofuturism, as well as a culture or cultural leap back into the future. We all know very well that we live in a situation, or rather in a context, where women have emerged as a power to be recognized. And we cannot really look back and try to prevent them from occupying positions of leadership. An African proverb that says, you feed a man, you feed an individual. Feed a woman, you feed a nation. You empower a man, you empower an individual. You empower a woman, you empower a nation. Of course, we all know that a mother in the house will go to an extra mile to ensure that her children will not go to bed without anything in their stomach. Whereas with a man, it will become an issue of a man having to go and look for something for himself and forget about those behind him. Last night, we also had a very interesting presentation or a keynote by Professor Nkondlo, which also gave us an idea in terms of the relevance of Pan-Africanist or Pan-African ideology and philosophy, and also the teachings by Robert Sobukwe. In that paper, or in that keynote address, he spoke about issues of consciousness. How do we conscientize, or as universities or institutions of higher learning, how do we conscientize the society? How do we make people aware that they need to elect, or maybe even to look for people who are prepared to sacrifice as leaders and not only become leaders only to look for themselves or after themselves. They need to be able to sacrifice and even live their lives not for themselves but for the people that they are serving. All of these are speaking to some of the catalytic niche areas of the university or UNISA. One of those is womanism, bosadi, and feminist theorization. And I believe that as a university, from this conference, I believe that the Pan-Africanist philosophy that has been discussed in this conference, or that has been engaged by different scholars in this conference, will also find its way into some of the modules that we are developing, even into the curriculum, that will actually speak to the program of transformation, even to that program of UNISA strategic plan of 2025. No, 2030. Yes, 2030. The other catalytic niche area that we speak about, or that I've already indicated, is that of transformation, the language policy, how we're going to bring in languages, local languages that will speak to the curriculum, that will also help to develop Africans and Africa itself and its people, and not really leave everyone behind. I just want to take a quote that was used by, I think, Professor Zide yesterday. We picked up on a quote by, I forgot my glasses somewhere. Oh, there they are. The quote was in the program, actually. Thank you. It is a quote by Robert SOBUKWE, where he says, "I wish to make it clear that we are anti-nobody, or we are all anti-nobody. We are pro-Africa, we breathe, we dream, we live Africa because Africa and humanity are inseparable," unquote. This quote basically means we do not live for ourselves, we live for one another. For the life of Africans, originally, was never about individual, but was about the collective. Hence, this quote says, we are human, and we are inseparable from one another and from our own land, which is Africa. With these few words, I just want to say to every one of you, enjoy the conference. And as what Professor Mapunya has already said, we're hoping to see some of the articles, or if possible, all of them, published. And it will actually be a very good thing if we have them as quality papers, published in a journal or maybe in a book that will actually signify the proceedings of this conference. And for that, I would like to say thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Madise, for those inspiring and insightful words. I see many faces that I saw on day 1 and day 2, which was yesterday, but there could just be someone who is new today. Please just lift up your hand if you are new. Yes, thank you. I see one person, because this message is for you. The password for UNISA. UNISA at 2022 at. That is all. The other thing, we have been requested people, participants, to kindly mute their cell phones or put them on silent, because we also have an online link. Also, as a reminder, we are going to be having an interaction with our keynote speaker after he has presented. So each time you speak, please make sure that your mic is on. It must stay on up until you finish, and you press it off after you are finished, for the sake of those who are online, to make sure that they get the gist of the discussion. And now, that moment has arrived whereby we can essentially begin the business of today, which is a presentation by our Emeritus Professor Mogobe Ramose, who is going to be presenting on from Pan-Africanism to Pan-Africanness, and Ubuntu plea for the oneness of Africa. My team, for some reason, thought that I do not need Professor Ramose's biography. I've just told him that they haven't given me anything. But I think I know why, because they know that Professor Ramose is from UNISA, he is part of UNISA, he is UNISA personified. Even though he is no longer here, he is has long, left these shores in terms of everyday active teaching and so on and so on. But he is almost as much present here as if he's not even gone. That's why you hear the word emeritus. For those who don't know, emeritus means retired professor or retired scholar. So it becomes very, very difficult for me to actually fit into those shoes, gigantic shoes of a scholastic giant such as Professor Ramose. I know that most of you who have listened to his previous lectures, discussions and so on, you are quite aware that he's a prolific speaker, he's a prolific writer, he writes on a number of issues that prick the conscience, that question traditional ideas, and to some extent he has become, some would say, a rabble-rouser. For those who don't agree with him, they think he's a troublemaker sometimes. And because he normally shares these things with me to say, I was at this university and they were questioning this and they were questioning that. The decoloniality school, from time to time, cite his ideas. And I'm talking about people who are in countries as far afield as Brazil, as Spain, in Europe, Belgium and so on, where we normally goes there to teach and to do his work, and even in other parts of Africa and other parts of the world. In 2017, I had the honor to go and attend this conference on African scholarship in Russia, in Moscow. Guess what? Mogobe Ramose was, being cited in one paper. I never even told him that, by the way, your ideas were, and I had your ideas in Moscow. So it shows the footprint of this colossal academic who, in my view, needs no introduction. His work speaks for itself. And hence, when you see words like Ubuntu plea, we know that he is actually going to give us as much as we feel that he is going to enrich us. He told me that he doesn't have much to say. He's going to present very, very briefly so that we can engage, have more time to engage, and I thank him for that. And with those few words, I could never be able to introduce him. Those of you 2 days ago, somebody talked about him. He mentioned that Professor Ramose is former COD, chair of department, we call them at UNISA, of the formerly combined Department of History and Politics, or Political Sciences, until the departments were separated, many years ago. So he comes with this huge experience that, in my view, I could never be able to finish if I was to. I'm glad they didn't give me a CV, because it would probably be too long for me to read. With those few words, I invite our keynote speaker, Professor Emeritus Mogobe Ramose, to the podium.
Tobel. Sanbonani, I try my best with Sanbonani, with Malweni, Mangwanani, Tamuka Zwaganaka. Yeah. Good morning to you all, and goedemorgen. terug Suid-Afrika na die trekkers toe. Translated, back South Africa to the voortrekkers. The successors entitled To Conquest in an Unjust War insist, just like Van Riebeeck, whose 3 ships carried no land cargo when they landed at the Cape of Good Hope. They insist, like him, that land acquired in an unjust war shall fall under their sovereignty irrevocably. The citation in Afrikaans I took actually from a gedenkboek, a book of commemoration. And the gedenkboek is commemoration of 100 years of the voortrekker movement, starting from 1838, of course from the statue of Van Riebeeck in Cape Town, from 1838 to 1938. That is the period, that is the centenary. And so I thought that since we are celebrating the centenary of, yes, one of our greatest sons of the soil, I must find some centenary celebration somewhere and see what it meant to us and what it meant to him. And so you will get the bibliographical details of the gedenkboek for those who, but it is in memory of. So all the citations in Afrikaans I draw from that text, the gedenkboek. When you come from Johannesburg, you will see a signpost saying Eufees. That is centenary. And it shows you the way to reach the Voortrekker Monument. So what do they say further on? They say that die trekkers het ons weer besiel. Op voetspore van 'n uiterlike migrasie sal ons 'n innerlike trek aanvaar oor berge, heen en deur riviere, totdat ons die voortrekkervlag van oranje, blanje, blauw weer geplant het op die gebiede wat ons met bloed betaal het. God gewe dit. So you see, taking a vow to their God, we shall spill our blood. If need be, we have already spilled it as we went through the mountains and the rivers. We spilled our blood. And we will continue to do that until we can hoist the flag colored in orange, white, and blue. Until that time, we shall not rest. And so, God will give us all this. That is a free translation of what I just read. Indeed, the trekkers remained faithful to their vow to retain their warrior god, who has given them sovereign title to the territory called South Africa. They succeeded in terms of the Republican Constitution of 1961 to have orange, white, and blue as the official flag of the country they called South Africa. The Union of South Africa, built upon the ethically unsustainable right of conquest, was the consolidation of the forcible seizure of land by Jan van Riebeeck. The 1961 Republic of South Africa Constitution was built upon this foundation. This encouraged the successors entitled to conquest in an unjust war to renew their faith and vow to their warrior god. They were prepared to spill their blood again in defense of a territory acquired in an unjust war. So we hear the renewal of the vow is as follows. Ons sal antwoord op jou roepstem. Ons sal offer wat jy vra. Ons sal lewe. Ons sal sterwe. Ons vir jou, said Africa. This, of course, is a vow of war, dedication to the so-called pro patria mori. As you may recall, for many years, there was a newspaper, especially in the Transvaal, called the Fatherland. Pro patria mori. We shall die. Tell us anything you want. We will offer ourselves. You doubt this? Please visit the Voortrekker Monument when you have the time. I just want to mention two features about it. One is that at the basement of this monument, you will find 3 huge Bibles locked up, written in Old Dutch. We went with some colleagues to ask for the weight of the Bibles, just to check, because they are so heavy and well preserved. We were told there is no permission at all to actually unlock, but the estimated weight of the Bible, of each of the Bibles, is 3 kg. 3 kg of paper times 3, so almost 10 kilograms. Not of ngwerewere, not of maize meal that we can eat, but of food for the spirit, which has put us where we are. That is feature number 1. Feature number 2, if you doubt this vow, you will see in the monument there is a cenotaph, an empty tomb. who is going to be buried in that tomb? Who? Who? It is the message. It is to remind the successors entitled to conquest. Never forget your vow to die for this land. So you see, the cenotaph is there, waiting for them. One good time at this university, we had an international conference. And so, one of my colleagues from Tilburg University in the Netherlands was here. So we took him round to where we live, Mamelodi, Atteridgeville, and so on. And he was supposed to give a lecture the next day, here in the Department of Jurisprudence. Well, when the time came, he broke down. He couldn't deliver the lecture. The question was why, and he told them, after what I have seen in Mamelodi, I cannot, in good conscience, give the lecture. He started crying, and that was the end of the lecture. So my turn came, and I made a proposal. I know that I'm quite a boring speaker despite what Professor Mapunye said. So when I looked around, I noticed that most of the participants in that seminar were actually asleep. I didn't mind because I know I'm boring. So when I made the proposal, which is the following, I proposed that since it is widely accepted that Nelson Mandela is a reconciler, a real reconciler, we are lucky that he is alive at the time of the seminar. So lucky that we can request him and his family that when he dies, he should be buried in the cenotaph to show that he is an authentic reconciler. Even those who were asleep woke up with a vehement "Nye! Nye!" So you can see that the vow is taken seriously, even by those who are asleep during. So the successive constitutions of 1983, 1993, and 1996 condoned the acquisition of title to territory by conquest in an unjust war. This triumph of the faithful who believe in their warrior God means that South Africa belongs to the whites who have conquered it. The Dutch, the Afrikaner, and the British, including all those bearers of a white skin color, promoting the Judeo-Christian tradition and standing in defense of capitalism. There are black accomplices to this injustice. They are honorary whites fighting over the crumbs falling from the sumptuous table of their master. The biblical Lazarus was better than them in this regard, because he waited for the falling crumbs out of desperation, but not under the pretext of negotiation. How do the successors entitled to conquest in an unjust war account for their triumph over the indigenous peoples of this country? Their answer is that their warrior God gave them the land called South Africa. They insist that by the blessing of the same God, they waged wars, unjust wars, against the indigenous people and conquered them. Let us hear what they say on this point. Vir die voortrekker was die mens na die beeld van God geskape, waar volgens verplichtings aanvaar het. As hy oorlog voer, dan begin hy dit in die naam van God. Andries Pretorius, die held, was een voorbeeld. Hy het elke môre en elke aand die naam van God Here aangeroep, en daarom kan hy die vyand die hoof bied. So you see, there is a clear appeal to the warrior God, Andries Pretorius, under whose name the capital of this country's name actually was a good example of how to pray to God in order not only to wage an unjust war, but actually to win it. This conviction that there is a divine gift of the land of others by resort to ethically unjustified force is deeply rooted in the Judeo-Christian tradition. In her distinctly erudite and perspicacious article, what is the title of the article? I will be an enemy to your enemies. The genocidal ideal in the Hebrew Bible and its legacy. I want to repeat the title of this article, especially because it is written by a woman. So, I will be an enemy to your enemies. The genocidal ideal in the Hebrew Bible and its legacy. Now, in that article, Francesca Flannery submits, she tells us something, that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam alike must wrestle with the enduring biblical portrait of a God who is readily willing to use violence to accomplish ends, even if it means wiping out almost all life on earth. and a God who commands the most extreme human violence, including wholesale slaughter of every man, woman, child, and animal. In modern terms, we would term this genocide and a crime against humanity. I don't have to, the references are specific in the footnote, so I won't go that way. You will see them in the paper. Christianity affirmed the idea of the warrior God in these terms. I, or rather the Lord, beseech you as Christ's heralds to publish this everywhere and to persuade all people of whatever rank to destroy that vile race from the lands of our friends. All who die by the way, whether by land or by sea, or in battle against the pagans, shall have immediate remission of sins. Well, we heard yesterday that in our religion there is no original sin. This I grant them through the power of God with which I am invested. These are the words of Pope Urban II, written in 1095. So I just want you to see the antiquity. So don't be surprised when the successors entitled to conquest in an unjust war also have the same idea. They belong to the same tradition, after all. Islam was no better in this regard, especially in its conquest of Africa. The arrow of the warrior God is not made of rubber. It kills. "50 years ago, that is to say, in the second half of 1974, 4 of us visited Ndate MANGALISO Robert SOBUKWE at his home in Halishiwe, Kimberley. Our discussion with him revolved around the question of truth, justice, and peace in Conqueror, South Africa. We assured him that his contribution to a struggle for liberation was profoundly significant to us. We promised him that we shall continue with invigorated determination until the day of our liberation. But what shall we say when we tell him, Maibuye Africa is in the hands of the protagonists of Tereg, South Africa, na die trekkers? What shall we tell him? What shall we tell him? the Voortrekker Monument is still the holy of holies of conquest in an unjust war. It remains on a hilltop higher than Freedom Park as the reaffirmation of white supremacy. If you doubt it, when I was chair of the department, as you have heard, I always felt terrible because I was looking at the hilltops, the copies as they call them. And you see, the Voortrekker Monument is very much it, and Freedom Park is a little toddler there. I mean, if it was meant for all of us, why at least are they not on an equal plane with the copy of the Voortrekker Monument? Who planned this? Who thought about the diminution and the denigration of what is called freedom today? Who was thinking about it? If really we were the thinkers of this, I doubt if this top copy, lower copy arrangement would have been permitted. Somewhere there is a problem. Somewhere there is a problem. So, Africa is not yet back. Yet, SOBUKWE has reminded us, even by giving one of his sons the name Dedani Zizwe. You see, when you translate that name, foreign nations, get off the way. The name of his son is a message to us. He's telling us something. You can't just say, well, he was a man and every man just can have sex and have children. No, he had specific meaning to remind us that something is on the way. Let it be removed. And of course, we took after him in naming. Just study the names of our people from 1976. Koketso. You must increase the number of fighters. Koketso. Bafente. They have conquered. Ngobile. And you see, Manoba, the list is too long. But Nkululeko, those are some of the names after 1976. So we took after him. Ribotarollo, rararolla. Why are we not rarulli? Why are we not? So we owe him and those like him, that is an answer. And he reminds us by this naming that something must be done. We do not have to wait for the parousia, the last judgment, threatening us with the prospect of eternal damnation in hell. We don't have such strange ideas because our religions do not subscribe to the claim of original sin. Yet a few days ago, during the celebration of Easter, there were so many baptisms to cleanse us from this invented sin. You see, our indigenous religions don't have that. So we don't have to wait for that moment to be able to go to Ntate Sobukwe and tell him, ibuile Afrika ya rona, re a leboga for your great lesson of selflessness. In one of our proverbs, we say, Bakori bamuriti, hasi badudi baona. When you go to Ginsberg, to the Steve Biko Institute, and you move around that room, there's a huge room with photographs, this and that, and inscriptions. You will see this same proverb, but this time it is written in Southern Sesotho. So you can see that selflessness that Sobukwe taught us is again to be found in yet another name of his sons, Dinile Sizwe, translated into sacrifice of the nation. So you see, Izwe was constantly in his mind. He wanted not only his children to keep this in mind, he wanted us also to keep this in his mind, in our minds. So it is the case then that even we can go back to him to deliver this message of, even before we could do that, Africa ibuile, Africa is back. Even before we could do that, justice and peace for all human beings on Mother Earth are now afraid to visit your grave. We do not want to disturb you in your vigilant sleep as you continue to give us strength to fight on. We rather whisper to you from the distance, we are now condemned to death through artificial poverty and hunger because of the fear of truth and freedom. We are so afraid of truth and freedom. We are sure that as a lawyer, you are aware of the ancient Roman law maxim that auctoritas non veritas facit legem. Authority, power, here, power, here, power, here is what makes the law, not the truth. The truth does not make the law. You must have power here, power there, and power there, and you will direct and control the truth. This is a maxim of ancient Roman law. And we, as bearers of legal training in these institutions, were taught to remember and cherish this without reference to what it means to us. The law is in our hands, yet we are frozen into cowardice to use it to liberate ourselves. The option to economic freedom was at hand, yet we consented to economic bondage under the constitutional dispensation, which simply did not recognize our existence by ensuring complete, comprehensive, and total exclusion of Ubuntu from any of its provisions. 50 years after our visit to your home, we are still sunk in the abyss of slavery by consent. Listen to what follows, so that you can arise from your grave with anger at us, because you taught us that all human beings are ontologically equal. We are all equal in the name of humanity. In the name of the mandate to Christianize and civilize us, the successors entitled to conquest in an unjust war have incorporated us into the 1996 constitutional dispensation. One of the primary features of this dispensation is that both the 1993 and the 1996 constitutions contain the longest clause dealing with the protection of private property, raised almost to the level of inviolable sacrosanctity. Is there really an ethical justification for the protection of unjustly acquired wealth accumulated for more than 300 years from the labor of the conquered peoples, paid unjust wages? Is there any justification? As if this were not enough, the successors entitled to conquest extracted a concession during the so-called negotiations for the new South Africa, sinking the conquered peoples into the bottomless abyss of economic bondage, thereby assuring interminable economic dependency. Sam Peter Branch describes this as follows: as the power and privileges of black elitism were consolidated over the past 18 years, the impoverished black majority was not only neglected, but actually betrayed by the ANC's leadership core. For the MEC, in this case, MEC stands for Mineral and Energy Complex. For the MEC and the rest of the corporate sector, the great prize was to be exonerated of the huge apartheid debt that accumulated on the accounts as they exploited black labor relentlessly over a period of 100 years. On this issue, the MEC outmaneuvered the leadership core of the ANC by clever deal-making, in the process of which the South African corporations were empowered to metamorphose themselves unjustifiably from ugly apartheid ducklings with a heavy apartheid debt on their shoulders into South African corporations exonerated of their apartheid debt. With the two-stage metamorphosis, the ugly apartheid ducklings were miraculously transformed into supposedly beautiful transnational swans, free to swim in all global seas, out of reach of those South Africans who wanted them to pay wealth tax. It is politically significant that Ter Blanche is known never to have been challenged, either by the ANC or other participants in the secret talks on the veracity of his disclosure. He appears also not to have been questioned on the timing of his disclosure. What Ter Blanche defines as the actual betrayal of the pure can hardly be seen as a breakthrough in ethical terms. It is trespass against the bounds of gullibility to claim a breakthrough on deals designed to intensify and multiply the ethically unjustified, deadly violence of the historical structural pauperization of the already economically and intellectually poor, just for the selfish benefit of the few. But from the point of view of the successors entitled to the Western colonial conquest in unjust wars, together with the volunteers to the defense of the actual betrayal, this outcome may be seen as a breakthrough. I think I've gone over my time. I don't know. I just want to stop here. Yeah.
When an elder speaks, we do the SOBUKWE thing of politicizing the time. Time becomes political. We leave him, he continues. His initial comments was that he's very humble, he is a boring speaker, he's boring. Do you agree with him? I'm glad that you disagree with him, because that's exactly what I think about him. He thinks that he's boring, he doesn't have anything much to say, people are sleeping. This quotation that once you touch the issue of the cenotaph, even those who were sleeping, those who were dozing, wake up. I think this is exactly what he has done to us. He has taken us on a journey that tells you why we must continue talking about Pan-Africanism, why we must continue talking about Afrocentricity, why we must continue talking about Afrofuturism. When he mentioned that him and 3 others went to see Ndate MANGALISO Robert SOBUKWE and gave him a promised him to continue with, in his words, invigorated determination. I suddenly understood what I was telling you. I alluded to it yesterday in one of the sessions, or was it here, when I was talking about why SOBUKWE had to bear the brunt of the SOBUKWE clause. 90 days, you are arrested, you are put in Robben Island. You think, okay, after 90 days, it's only 90 days, I'm going out. Then on the 87th day or 88th day, or even on the 89th day, maybe the 90th day, Parliament sits, Minister of Security, Police, whatever, comes and say, we have extended your stay at Robben Island for another 90 days. And then he serves 90 days. He's isolated from other prisoners. On the 89th day, 88th day, again, we think, okay, now he's going to be released. Another 90 days, another 90 days, another 90 days. Hence the SOBUKWE clause. And the question is, why? Why were they so scared of the man? Why were they so scared of the man? Having said that, Professor Ramose reminds us that the right-wing element, especially the right-wing, extreme right-wing, given his talk, keep referring to this warrior God of theirs. That is obviously liberating them from the black people. Is only going to ensure that it delivers black people into their own space to continue oppressing and exploiting ad infinitum, forever and ever. Now the question is, do Africans need a warrior God? Do Africans even have a warrior God that can counteract? Which I suppose is a question of contestations of ideas here. Because one, Hendrik Verwoerd, got his PhD from Stellenbosch University on the very same idea, separate development, how to separate them and to govern them and to rule them. And hence now you have 1953 Bantu Education Act to teach them in a manner that you will ensure that this separation continues. And they call it separate development, separate but equal, whatever names they're using. But basically this is the route that has taken us through. And it helps us to keep questioning whatever we have learned to accept over centuries, over the years. Even as university academics, as ordinary citizens, as researchers, we must continue doing that. He reminded me of one when he was talking about the 1961 Republican Constitution. I remember there was excitement, and I was asking people, somebody said, oh, I didn't know that you were from Dobsonville. In Dobsonville, they were celebrating, you know. And I was asking, they said, no, there's something happening in Pretoria. I was still a child then, I didn't know what, and there was this issue around the money. Now we are changing from the pound to the cents and all those things. But actually, some call it the independence of South Africa. When South Africa got independence, remember that was when it was expelled by the Commonwealth. And of course, the UN came up with that resolution on apartheid. But now, the issue here is, when I was doing my PhD study, looking at the political situation in South Africa, specifically the public service, I had a big challenge with my supervisor, because I was asked that I must recognize that South Africa became a union in 1910, and that it became a republic, and therefore it was independent. I was arguing that it was not independence, it was pseudo-independence. And between having to agree that yes, South Africa became independent in 1961 so that I can get my PhD, and saying no, I'm not going to accept it, take the risk, you can understand what scholars, students, researchers in these institutions go through. Because we have to challenge traditional orthodoxy. Dr. Moloi was talking about another one where you are given a syllabus. You teach these things, either you don't understand them or you do understand them. You want to give the student a different perspective. Like those teachers of Bantu education who said, listen, if you want to pass history, listen to what I'm telling you. I'm going to give you the official syllabus. However, if you want to know the truth, come and see me after the class, and there should not be anyone writing anything. So the question is, do you want the truth? I know he talked about the truth. Do you want the truth, or do you want the official syllabus? With those few comments, I'm going to open the floor to discussion. Can we give him a big round of applause? I recognize number 1, 2, 3 at the back, 4 right at the extreme back, 5, and then 6, 7. Yeah, I think that will be around the first round. In that order, I might not be able to remember you. Remember, for his sake, you mention your name, and then the question or the comment. Try to be brief so that we can take a second round of comments, questions, and so on, engagements. Can I have the first person, please?
Thank you so much, Prof. Ilana Leroux from the University of Pretoria. I just want to thank you for those insights, but also perhaps I don't have a question, but a request. We've been speaking a lot about Pan-Africanism. But I wish, sorry, I see Prof is trying to get your attention, Prof. We've been speaking a lot about Pan-Africanism, but you make the very important philosophical distinction between Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanness. And my request to you is whether you would perhaps remind us what the substance of that distinction is. I think it would be to all our benefit, since we have been using the terminology so often, Pan-Africanism, that you perhaps elaborate a bit on why it's important for us to use Pan-Africanness. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think he's got that. The second person? Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Prof, for the presentation, a great presentation. Disclaimer, I'm not a historian, so don't trust what I am about to say. I appreciated, Prof, when you spoke about Andres Pistorius. And it's not a question, just an addition to that, to say, I want to make an allegation that the role that Pistorius played in the creation of the ANC, Andres Pistorius ends up in Pietermaritzburg, and he fights for the Queen in the so-called Kefa Wars, fighting Amaxhosa, Amazulu, Bambata, and all of those. And he gets a farm from the Queen, and it's called Ververdien. You've got better pronunciation of Afrikaans than I can ever be. But that means well-deserved. And guess what? That farm, he sells it to a missionary called Allison. Allison originates in Lesotho, a missionary who moves to Swaziland and is kicked out of Swaziland. He moves with the converts, African converts, Christian converts. Each time he moves, he is kicked out of Swaziland. He moves to Richmond. In Richmond, he moves to Pietermaritzburg. And together with his men, we are told he arrived there with about 100 men. they buy a farm called Ververdien, and it is called Edendale, from the Garden of Eden. And this is where ANC originates. From this group of men who had been moving all this way and if you check that history, it's an amazing history, and we are working hard on that. So I just wanted to make that contribution. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. The third person.
Thank you very much.
If colleagues, if you can try to be brief so that, like I said, we take the second round. If not, we have only one round and then we finish.
Thank you very much, Professor Ramose. I could feel the chills down my spine as you were speaking. It is revealed to me every day I drive past by the Monument Park that it is a temple of death. And to what extent can the ANC as a buffer of black anger sustain this anger? I think it was on Tuesday where I had an opportunity to ask Professor Kwesi Pra, at his age, how does he envision the future? He said, I'm afraid it's going to be very bloody to set ourselves free. So I'm asking, what should happen to the standing statues as symbolic of a standing order? Paul Kruger Square is standing at the same height, opposite to it, with the flag of the New South Africa. What should happen to the liberal constitution beneath which it's symbolic of a carpet and there is still a bleeding yet an undead body that is unhappy? What shall happen to Christianity as a colonial religion, as a veil covering the eyes of the Africans not to see the face of evil? From the Bull Decree 1493 to 1883, King Leopold II speech, to 1888 erection of the four-track menu that is just next to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think he's making a note. Let's take the third person, no, the fourth person, number 4.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Habane Moloto. I just wish to alert Prof and the attendees of this occasion to the fact that this term continues to be part of a so-called national anthem, whereas the Vier Clear is declared hate speech. Isn't that a contradiction? Because they are the same thing. Notwithstanding the fact that this term is declared hate speech, my alma mater, Medunsa, currently Sfako Makhatu University, if you look at the colors, they are the Vier Clear, exactly the Vier Clear. And I keep on raising it in the alumni gatherings. And many other institutions, just check Richfield Academy, it's a private college, Vier Clear. Many other security companies, including Joburg Metro Police Department, Vier Clear. All right. I also wish to alert you to the Order of St. Michael and St. George, a British Order of Chivalry, founded 28th April 1818. If you can Google that, my site is not that good. You see this angel with his foot on the neck of a hypermelanite human being. That is laden with meaning. I believe that this is an order that is still awarded to those who serve the British Crown. Last but not least, I'm a practitioner of traditional European medicine, and Regrettably, traditional African medicine is relegated to the backbenches. It is the pariah in the healing sciences. As if that is not bad enough, you find that European privilege continues to manifest in the sense that you would find that there are systemic barriers to Africans qualifying as medical specialists. I implore andragogists, educators,
your mic, please, your mic. Your mic.
Is my mic off?
Thank
Sorry.
you, yeah.
To look into the gross academic misconduct and genocide in this country, where examinations of a public university are privatized. You cannot qualify with a degree of Masters of Medicine in any of the medical schools without taking an examination of an NPO called the College of Medicine of South Africa. We are doing nothing about it, and then I put it to you that it is Africans specifically who are unable to qualify as medical specialists as a result of this gross unlawful dispensation. Let me leave it there. I'm open to engagement and advice from my elders.
Thank you so much. The last two, I think. Yes, because there were 7 people. Number 5. Is this 5? It was this side, yes.
Thank you, Prof. Sipomantula from the TM School. Dr. Ramos, it will be remembered that when this case began, we refused to plead because we feel no moral obligation whatsoever to obey laws which are made by whites and are administered by whites, for an unjust law cannot be justly applied. That was on this day, 1960, when SOBUKWE was beginning the trial of Sharpeville. Today you spoke about the conquest, the constitutional errors of 93 and 96. So I'm going back to the plea. What then is the plea of the fault democracy or the fault freedom, the fault lines of freedom and even democracy of 93, 96, based on unjust laws, constitutions that were drafted, like you said, with long sentences from Cape Town by many academics. So there were a ploy and a plot to the drafting of this constitutional dilemma that we are in. But it goes back to the legacy that you said. What will you whisper again to Robert Sobukwe? What is your whispering lines to Sobukwe? Or what is your telegram or your testament that will send to him after this meeting of minds today?
Thank you. The next person.
Thank you to the professor. I listened attentively. The first question that I have is, during the Kempton Park talks, you alluded to some of what happened and the issue of Terre Blanche forcing himself in. He was never arrested. But the question is, we always hear of the sunset clause. I'm not sure how long the sunset clause will be kept a secret, because I believe this is where a lot that you have so ably summarized is hidden. Today, we are largely a nation of dependence, the 350 rands, instead of making sure the Africans are liberated, the Africans are gainfully employed and they work for themselves. And then lastly, what is your take from what you said, the warrior
God.
and what Israel is doing to the Palestinians? Remember, South Africa was an occupying power also in Namibia. I think they shared a lot. They shared technology, they shared, and they were the outcasts of the world, both of them. But I think Israel has gone a step further. Thank you.
Your name, please?
My name is Panisha Joyo, a retired general.
Yes, I just want to make it easier for him when he's responding. I think, what is it? Well, there was the last one, yes. Which one? I'm told by my colleague here that there was a hand there, so you'll come after her. It's fine. But at least I counted those people. Yes, yourself?
Thank you, Prof. Ramusa. What a sharing of information. Thank you so much. My name is Malishwani from the Pan-Africanist Congress of Tanzania. Mine is just a comment. And when the professor mentioned, when he talked about the monument and the two big Bibles, heavy, locked in. As you speak, what came to my mind was the voice of MANGALISO, Robert SOBUKWE. And in my perception, I don't think the voice can be erased, as it will form part of their reference as the past regime. I think this voice is locked somewhere, whether in Europe or somewhere in the monuments. There is nothing that we make reference that we can see of Robert SOBUKWE, or we can hear about the voice of SOBUKWE. Many times they went to the Robben Island, making him to surrender the issue of the land. And he stood up firm to say, I'm still on my position regarding the issue of the land to be returned to us, the oppressed. They even promised him that if you agree, we'll give you back your position at West University as a lecturer. And he told them that I was not dismissed. I resigned to go and form PAC. So there is no way such voice, as he was the most feared political prisoner in South Africa, that the voice can just disappear. You don't see PAC anywhere, leaders of PAC, including women, the wives of these leaders of the PAC. MANGALISO SOBUKWE's wife, the name is not there. On the streets, monuments, universities, you name them. The country is named mostly around 4 families. The Sisulu, the Mandela, and the Tambo. There is even an argument about how to name Cape Town Airport. Some are saying after Winnie Mandela and so forth. And when we asked that, name it under SOBUKWE, because he was in Robben Island. He studied at Fort. He made an impact. So that reminds me of that. Why are the PAC been silent?
Mike, please.
Why is it the PAC so silent that it is diminished to be called a small party, while it has a history of the land that holds our minerals, the land that will make me not to sleep hungry, or the child of Africa not to sleep hungry. So, as the PAC, we need support of the society to help us with the campaign that is in place now. It will not be in the media because the media sabotages PAC. We try to do it through social media, the campaign of release the voice of MANGALISO SOBUKWE. The media is owned by the apartheid regime. You saw what happened at Sharpeville. The main event of the PAC was not aired on all the stations of the SABC. Instead, they concentrated on Mashaba because he went there with other leaders so to say we support the commemoration of Sobukwe.
Really, Bohamme, it's in the interest of time so that we can give him the space to respond.
Yeah, thank you. Let me pause there.
There are a number of points that have been raised, starting with this issue on Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanness. If you can take them one by one. Prof. Dondolo has just left the room. Oh, he's there. I'm going to ask that you kindly check, because I know that we're going closer to tea time, so that we know when people will be requested to come there, and then see whether we can squeeze in the second round after this. Over to you, Prof. You can. I think you can respond from there. Yes.
Thanks very much for the questions and comments. I will, as it was already predicted, speak in telegram form because of time. I will be brief in my responses. Thanks, Ilana, for the question posed. In fact, the foundation to that distinction between Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanness. The foundation is to be found in chapter 3 of African Philosophy Through Ubuntu, okay? Second, I elaborate specifically on Pan-Africanism and Pan-Africanness in an article already published under the title Wiping Away the Tears of the Ocean. I know that the ocean doesn't have tears. Thanks to Professor Sesanti, who actually provided the abstract in isiXhosa of that article. So it's just because of time that I give these references. Otherwise, I would go into it, but I do hope that since the article is published and you are the people of the palm, you can just click and you will see the article and proceed from there. Thank you. Indeed, thank you, Dr. Zamo. I appreciate the comment because I did read something about those movements and the sale of the farm and what that farm actually meant eventually. What I would like to highlight, though, in that context is that, well, I didn't read everything. I stopped because I thought I was talking for too long. But there is a point in the paper where I begin to problematize money and to argue that actually we are living in an age of pecunimania where money is the sovereign. And exactly that point is problematical. It doesn't start today, historically speaking, that we have money as the sovereign. But something must be done to actually depose money as the sovereign. It ought to be done. Okay? So, again, it's a question of being brief. Thank you, Tatele Hasa, also for your comments on the statutes. One was on the statutes.
Also, apologies, the mic. Just press the mic again. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. Thanks for the third question, and that has. What I see is that a lot of there are statues which are already gone out of sight, and there are statues which are still standing. You know, in Cape Town, you do have the one of Rhodes, for example. And in Paarl, you have the Tal Monument statue. It is still there. Of course, even the Voortrekker Monument is a statue of some sort. So I think that we need to think about the meaning of memorialization. What exactly does it mean? You know, if you go to Auschwitz, for example, in Poland, you will find as you walk around that even the grass mattresses, just the grass mattresses, are still as they were at that time. Of course, there are some preservatives, right? But you see, the structure and everything is as it were. The toothbrushes of the old people who were taken by rats, come, you see, it is all there. There is no depoliticization of memory, okay? Whereas in this country, there is a very definite effort to erase memory and to plant a political culture which really, so far, has not had the desired result. And that means that when we think about memorialization, we should remember that truthfulness is the criterion. That is just in summary on one of your points. The second point you made is about the constitutional dispensation. Well, I mentioned that we are afraid of freedom. We're too much of cowards. Actually, there is no ethical and political necessity for the transition from parliamentary sovereignty to constitutional supremacy. There is none. The United Kingdom, as it stands today, has got no written
Mike, please.
So there is no necessary incompatibility between democracy and parliamentary sovereignty. In fact, theoretically, it is necessary to preserve and retain parliamentary sovereignty for the simple reason that popular sovereignty is what brings about. The people are sovereign. As you know, not by virtue of a constitution invented according to the principles of a foreign and colonial imposed paradigm. You may not invoke the 1952 Harris cases as the reason to shift to constitutional supremacy. How many black judges were in the judiciary to decide in the cases, the Harris cases? We have no original sin in our religion, okay? So, why now do the bearers of original sin transfer the fault of the judges to black people? Because our judges made the mistake. Now we don't want to fall into the same. Your judges, because it is your law. Our law is not even reflected in your constitution because you have expelled Ubuntu. So you see, we are too polite to be free. We're just too polite. Some people fear, there was mention of the EFF yesterday. I want to add to that. Some people fear the EFF. Hey, is he radical? Hey, I will say they are radical the day they tell us back to parliamentary sovereignty. Because now they act as prisoners of a constitution which is not their own. So far, Christianity you mentioned, and I also answered the questions posed by one on Christianity. In the beginning, there were human beings and no Jesus. Okay? Jesus comes almost 2,000 years ago, but human beings were in this planet. A matter of choice. A matter of choice. One of the very early missionaries, Bartolomé Las Casas, now stands out as one of the heroes of Latin American liberation, precisely because he insisted on what is called a fundamental option. People must choose to be Christian. They may not be obliged to be Christian. So Christianity is a matter of choice. And if we find that it is a burden, then there is every reason to say goodbye to it. Those who do not find it as a burden, let them carry on. We respect their decision. Those who find that this is a serious burden have a very clear right to say no. And I'm saying, if you follow political theology, do not be surprised to find that the trajectory of constitutional history in this country is exactly political theology of a God who is foreign to the continent. So, let's not be intoxicated by Christianity. It was said way back, already in the conference of Florence, there was a maxim by the Catholic Church, extra ecclesia nulla salus. Outside of the church, there is no salvation. How can you be guilty of a sin you have not committed? The same people who tell us that today don't want to accept that they are guilty. You see, so Schmidt, when the fight was on against that, Carl Schmitt came up with another maxim, and his was extra captivitate salus. There is salvation out of captivity. Go back to Wittgenstein. Sometimes the picture can hold us captive. Let us remember that the picture can make us prisoner. So let us not be too much glued to Christianity or any other religion for that matter. But we are so glued. The calendar of this country is based on the story of Jesus, the public holidays and so on. This leads me to question 4 on the orders. You know, the order of St. Michael, this and that. After what I have said, all I can say is that when you go to Ghana and visit the Elmina, you will see that the hall where they were selling slaves is called St. George. So even their saints are really the sanctifiers, the blessers of slavery. You see, the warrior god has got agents, and these are saints. We must remember that in the extremities in which we are, especially with regard to my reference to hunger and poverty, we must remember that one of their saints, the Venerable St. Thomas Aquinas, is on record teaching us as Christians, teaching us in his Summa Theologiae, is teaching us that there are moments when God will punish you if you don't steal. Now here, we are criminals. Theft is a crime, and yet theft is constructed efficiently by this system. Where are the judges? Where are the lawyers who can appeal to Aquinas and say, you are even mistaking this. This is not supposed to be a crime because it is blessed by your own God. When it is necessary, theft is permissible, just as it is permissible when you want to attack these trucks which carry money. When you want to attack them, then the 5th commandment becomes inoperative. Thou shalt not kill. It's meant for everything except where there is money. Where there is money, you may kill. Otherwise, why do they carry guns? Why is money protected all over by guns? Uncle Siam, we see it every day. So the 5th commandment, just like the 7th, can become inoperative in circumstances decided by us, not always by those in power. Okay. And this brings me to yes, the rectors of pontifical universities. Now, one of the points he made is an everyday point. He stated that actually universities today are turned into business enterprises. And that is a problem. Universities are captured. I'm not too sure if the Zondo Commission will be reinstated, but universities are captured in pecunimania. And so truth will be sacrificed in the name of money. Dr. Mantula, I think I have answered partly. Now to democracy. Hankosia, democracy is simply a means and not an end. But I'm sure you and I know that most of the time, here, especially in this country, we talk as if democracy is an end in itself. No, it is not. It is a means to an end. If anyone doubts that, how do we explain the fact that Hitler came to power in Germany? Was that not by democratic means? So democracy is a means to an end. And this democracy that we are talking about is alien to ways of African governance. It's totally alien. One of the examples, take the language. We talk about opposition party. Opposition party? It's led even by a very serious guy, Steenhuisen. You know, if you translate that name, it's my house of bricks. So this guy is going to throw you with bricks. You'll be like St. Stephen. Everybody coming there will be killed by stones. Steenhuisen. But you see, we the people of Anna, you know, we go by taxis, not metered taxis. When it is full in the normal way, the driver will say, Khalisanan, Nisana. But it is full. Anna. Anna. You see? So, leko politiki. Reaboledisana. So there's no opposition party. And then we come to the point. You doubt that? Check what happened in Ghana in 20 years after independence. The Roman Catholic Archbishop of Kumasi, Reverend Sarpong, decided to pose a challenge which was posed by the Catholic Bishops' Conference. What were they saying? Hey, let us leave this animal called democracy according to the West. It is not our thing. Let's have something African. Here or nay, it is not. So, why couldn't we learn from that? Kwasi Wiredu has an interesting argument with Emmanuel Eze on the politics of consensus. We're not opposed. We don't need bricks to crush one another. We really don't need bricks. So this democracy type, this type of democracy is not ours. You see how much we suck from this paradigm. Let's say this again, we just suck. And they kill us. You know, I want to repeat what I said. Let us simply be brave enough to say back to parliamentary supremacy. Right? Back to parliamentary sovereignty. And they won't go. Aperanta is no longer money. They will stay here. They will not go, don't worry. They will not go. If they go, good luck. But most of them will remain because the rand will prevent them from resettling elsewhere. And then we will teach them, Anna. You get the point? We will teach them Anna. Sovereign title to territory belongs to us. Israel too. Sorry, I'm told the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramos, for enlightening us. I hope he has responded to all your questions. If he hasn't, he's still here. You can still engage him, you know, during tea time and so on. And I'm told that we will not have a second round because we have to give space for the next panel that is going to be coming in. And so now my parting shot to you is this. What have we learned from this issue around the points that were mentioned, specifically the issue around the warrior god that somebody was also asking about. And this issue around the names, it remains a problematic issue. One day here at UNISA, I was with this academic. He says to me, tell me, Prof. Mapui, who keeps changing these names, you know? Who keeps changing these names? You know, Petersburg is no longer Petersburg, now it's Polokwane, and now there's this Mokopane. So I said to him, no, it depends what you understand by, these names and how did they come about. But the jury is still out there regarding, these issues around the name changes and so on, in spite of the points that were mentioned earlier about the 3 or 4 families. The issue of Louis Trichardt that some of us, followed very, very closely is still also there because the local people wanted the name to be changed to Mercado, and there was a big resistance. In the same way as this Pretoria issue, this Andres Pretoria shall remain Pretoria. And then the compromise said, no, it's Pretoria Tshwane, no, it's Tshwane, it's the city of Tshwane. That compromise. And sometimes when some of us are out there in other countries, people say, so your capital is not Johannesburg, your capital is Pretoria. But is it Pretoria or is it Tshwane? And you don't know how to respond. So no, actually it is Tshwane, but actually it is Pretoria. So it sounds more like Zimbabwe Rhodesia to me. Remember those days when there was Zimbabwe? Some said, no, it's not Zimbabwe, it's Rhodesia. No, it's not Rhodesia, it's Zimbabwe. Then they said, okay, let's call it Zimbabwe Rhodesia. And still, it was not the animal that people expected. The key issue I think that I have learned from Prof. Ramos's presentation is this issue that Nkrumah wrote about, neo-colonialism. It is not gone. It is here with us. It is not going to go away. It is not going to be obliterated by a miracle. It is here with us. All the things, this top copy and the lower copy that he was talking about, and other people are looking at the flag and the statue of Kruger. It actually tells you this neo-colonialism. And I remember that there were some people, we can call them Afro-optimists, people who are always looking at the positive side of Africa, saying, no, we've got 53, 55 free and independent countries. When you go to those countries, and then my sister I don't know where she's here, from Nigeria, she presented a paper yesterday and was telling us the story that in many parts of Nigeria, when you want to respect someone, you give them a gift, it has to be written made in France, made in Italy, not made in Lagos or made in Calabar or Cross River State. Those are the towns in Nigeria. They believe that if you give them something that is made somewhere, it's a big respect. And when it's not only in Nigeria, whether you're in Gambia or the Gabon or Senegal, you get this gist that yes, neo-colonialism. Free, but not free. Letambulu, not yet uhuru. So with those few words, I want to thank Professor Ramose. I know that in the interest of time, we did not have enough time to engage with him, but he's still here, like I said, and we need to open space, make space for the next panel that is coming in, also to give you space to have time, I'm sure 10, 15 minutes just to have tea. So we will be breaking for now to go and have some tea. And then after that, the next session, immediately after you finish, I don't know whether Prof. Dondolo will allow people to bring in the tea in the interest of time, to bring the tea. Yes, he says, thumbs up. Please just go. We have some tea. You bring it in so that then we do not lose any time. Can we give Professor Ramos and yourselves a big round of applause?
Good morning, everyone. I'll be sharing the panel that's going to deal with the theme, History of African Intellectualism and Pan-Africanism in African Universities. And ironically, today, in 1960, the trial of Utatu SOBUKWE started in Joburg. And as we know, that resulted to his imprisonment and banishment. In recent years, we have been, in a way, come to accept or to be familiar with the vandalization of his grave in Graaff-Reinet. Every year, the grave is vandalized, even in last December. This morning, I received news that over the Easter weekend, the SOBUKWE Museum in Graaff-Reinet was vandalized. Ironically, this happens during the time where there are two groups in Graaff-Reinet, those that are for the name change of Graaff-Reinet to SOBUKWE, and those who are against. Certainly, there are other motives, because the museum was never vandalized. It's for the first time. It has always been his grave. But now I think it's something that is out of this world, and perhaps it needs an attention of all those who call themselves Africans to do something, not to wait for government or anyone to take action. That's sad news indeed. And it seems like his legacy will continue being vandalized or erased. As I said that I'll be sharing this session, it promises to be of interest, especially that in recent times, there has been a proliferation of the use of African universities. Are these African universities because they are geographically located on the continent? Or is it because of their pedagogy and also their outlook? My submission is that no. Most of them, they are not Afrocentric in terms of their outlook and the scholarship. And in that process, in this process, there is elimination of other views. And what's also interesting, and the speakers are going to address in their papers, is the two worlds that seems to exist in universities. In this process of African universities, there are dominant scholarship, the decolonial scholarship, and also Afrocentric scholarship. Of course, this decolonial scholarship draws inspiration from Latin America in the main, without acknowledging the decolonial scholarship in the 1960s onwards on the continent. And this then further complicates the question of African universities. What do we mean by African universities? Or is there anything like a Pan-Africanist scholar or Pan-Africanist intellectual or intellectualism? So these are some of the issues that the speakers in different ways are going to reflect to. We have a panel of two presenters, Dr. Moraguinho, on my far left, is a researcher associated with UNISA, and we also have U Apiwe, who's a PhD candidate at Nelson Mandela University. I will hand over to you. Our first presenter will be Dr. Moraguinho. Over to you.
Almost good afternoon, colleagues, but I'll still say good morning. I'm going to try and support my presentation with PowerPoints just to be able to follow through because of you can see my very thick Nigerian accent, and it goes around. I don't know whether I'm having a French, whether I'm having an Arabic or a Dutch one, because I speak all those languages, so forgive me as I go on. Hey, sorry. How do I move? Okay. As basically, my topic is towards an Afrocentric African studies, Edward W. Blyden, and decolonization of African studies. And here I'm trying to make a big conceptual distinction, which as I will go, between African studies, Afrocentric studies, and Africanist African studies. And this Africanist African study, I think I need to clarify it first. When we call Pan-Africanist Africanist. When we say Africanist in African studies, we are basically talking about Europeans studying Africa. Like that is the dominant African study you will find in Europe. They call themselves Africanists. That is, if you go to African Studies Association in America, you go to African Studies in the UK, they are the Africanists. They are studying us, but it's not supposed to be what we study. And you can see the big battle between African Studies Association. Like in 1969, you find a big battle there, because basically championed by John Henry Clark. Basically, what is the role of African in this association? So from there, they formed the African Studies Association. So there's a big conceptual difference. And what I'm trying to do here is trying to make an imprint on, say, what is Afrocentric African studies, different from African studies as it is being done everywhere. And this is my position. And as I will read briefly before I go to them, because, okay. The main thesis of this paper is that the exploration of the influence of Edward W. Blyden's ideology of African personality in the formation of the African Society in 1901, dedicated to African studies, is important for the discourse of the colonization of African studies. This is because consideration of Blyden's role in the formation of African studies offers a return to the historical ideological foundation of African studies necessary for rethinking the ideological orientation and social-cultural political function of African studies in the present and future, which I think is at the core of the call for decolonization. Central to this study is the reclaiming of African agency in the project of decolonization of African studies through projecting its Afrocentric history, which has unfortunately been omitted in the discourse of decolonization of African studies. Everybody can know that we have been having the coloniality. If you don't know history of African intellectuals, you will think this is just beginning. But remember, one of the cardinal book of Nkrumah is Conscientism, where it's ideology of decolonization, philosophy and ideology of decolonization. So it has a long tradition in Africa, and Nkrumah that is even very, very recent, as I will try to point out now. This one, I say, although as early as 1872, Blyden advocated for spiritual decolonization by Africans because of his conviction that the slavery of the mind is far more destructive than that of the body. However, Blyden's relevance in the discourse of decolonization of African studies is rarely acknowledged, which begs the question of in what ways is the silencing of Blyden's relevance in African studies part of the coloniality of the discourse of African studies. Because we now have coloniality of the coloniality. We don't imagine you sit down in Britain and the British are doing the colonization in British University. In Europe, it's a big word. They are decolonizing the museum themselves. You see, it's a paradox, I think. This project is therefore geared to the effort of concretizing the colonial emancipatory orientation of African studies through a review of the influence of Blyden's ideology of African personality on Mary Kingsley and Alice Stafford Green's orientation to African studies. This paper relies on archival record of correspondence between Edward Blyden, Mary Kingsley, and Alice Stafford Green. And this is the pain of African scholarship too. If we sit here, we don't have our archives here. If you are able, the advantage I have access to archive in Dublin, I have access to archive in Oxford, the British Library, and you will be amazed by what is there in this archive that we are not privy to at all. And they are there, well-documented newspapers, correspondence. Even this archive I'm using is beyond the archive of Mary Kingsley, Blyden. I'm using John Holt's archive. John Holt is a Liverpool merchant who controls business all around West Africa, post-slavery. This is his archive I'm reading, and you'll be puzzled by our history that is in this archive. In the context of this conference, what does SOBUKWE have to do with it? As we know, Blyden and Marcus Garvey, Kwame Nkrumah, and Nnamdi Azikiwe are the archives of Sobukwe ideological and intellectual orientation. And this was mentioned before, because as early as, very, very early, even, and as we trace this story, 18-something, newspapers were coming here, they were gathered here, they were reading, as the work of Brad Luvoyo is saying, early African intellectuals are actually more prominent than we are made to believe. Right in the Eastern Cape, right in the West, people are writing at 18-something, so again, so people are actually been studying. So we have a very rich intellectual heritage. That is one part of it. So that is what it does. So this is his archive. And we should remember, Sobukwe was a professor of African studies. That was his last job at WITS. And Professor Pratt have been talking about language. He has his head where he should be. That is a professor of African language. So in the context of this, it is tight because I'm trying to look at his archive you never see. Again, the discourse of the colonization of African study, intellectual resistance. I was coming here this morning, and around, if you listen to FM between 9, 10, they were interviewing, or I don't know, Katie. Katie used to have a sort of brief quotes before she started that program, and she was interviewing, trying to look at, I think, something about Brazil or something, and she was saying, what did Sobukwe give them? He said confidence. Confidence to stand up. And as we know, so I'm looking at this confidence in terms of what we do, Bole Kaja intellectualism. I like to call myself, maybe forgive my spellings there, Bole Kaja intellectualism. I like to call myself Motor Park intellectual. You know, because Bole Kaja is a conventional bus, like, is a bus, it's a typical Nigerian bus, but it's not a bus. You find the front, it's like a bakkie, but a big Bedford bakkie. So they will build, there will be the wood over it. If you travel around Africa, you will know. So it's Bole Kaja, and because of the interaction in the buses, people are always fighting. Because you push me there, you don't push me there. This is what you will find in the normal tags. And this Bole Kaja is most popularized by Chinwezu. You know, that is the contestation. You just do, you don't have to sit down. And everybody knows this is what we do. You have to challenge, because you can't, because half of the things, if you have access to it and you read it, you can't be uncomfortable with it. In fact, what we study is not pleasant at all. It's very, very painful. You prefer you don't know, so that you can survive and you can just slide. But the moment you know, you can't unknow, and it affects how you conduct yourself in your scholarship. So that is what Sobukwe, I think, personally teach me. And I'm dedicating this, my presentation, to Bradini. You know, me, Sipukazi, and Bradini, sometimes we were together on Robben Island. You know, so I dedicate that to him, to his memory. And this is my problematics. Because while the realization that Africans do not know enough about their continent and have yet to prioritize a meaningful study of Africa has led to an upsurge in the call for the colonization of African study through an avalanche of scholarship that seriously consider all aspects of the discourse. However, a survey of this literature revealed the risk of perpetuation of epistemic violence against Africans through the silencing of African voices. If eventually the paper is there, I listed a lot of articles that actually they didn't reference blinding or anything. I thought it's just that we've just wake up yesterday and trying to decolonize. Thus, the neglect and omission of blinding intellectual, structural, and material contribution to the orientation of African studies and its relevance to the discourse of the colonization of knowledge of Africa forces us to consider Femi Taiwo's argument. Femi Taiwo's book is Against the Colonization, Promoting African Agency. That is the title of the book. So that is against the colonization. And it wasn't per se against the colonization. His argument is basically that the current call for the colonization, arguing that the current discourse of the colonization is ahistorical and a mistake to describe the unfinished leftover of the earlier decolonization process under the rubrics of decolonization. This position is concurrent with the criticism, This position is concurrent with the criticism of the uncritical adaptation of Latin American concept of decolonization to African studies for its failure to adequately consider the long history of discourse of African scholarship and for its seeming distance from the Afrocentric orientation because of its inability to reframe the theory in ways that make sense of African particular histories and problems. Thus, central to the concern of this study is the contestation of the often stated point that African study is a colonial invention, which as I argue in this study, might not be exactly accurate if we consider the historical fact that although the society was founded to promote an African personality, but it was corrupted for imperial purposes, as I will show here. Because it is on record that Africa was directly involved in the founding of the African Society, contributing money, sitting on its council, attending meetings, and publishing in its journal. This included people like Pixai Seme. This is 1900. It included others from Malawi, Ethiopia, and even Booker T. Washington. And from Ghana everywhere. And you know what? Nigerians paid for it. Edward Blyden contributed money, R.B. Blazy contributed money, and Darosha is part of the Portuguese immigrant from with a lot of money. So in Nigeria, it's actually a common parlance that you are spending money like Darosha. So those are people that contributed. And then I introduce Edward Blyden. Edward Blyden, African personality, Afrocentricity, and history. Blyden was the most, I don't need to do the biography of Blyden, so I will quickly skip. So this is, Blyden coined the African personality, and it's very equivalent to Afrocentricity. It's basically this, the sum total of African civilization, the body of qualities which makes up the distinctiveness of the people of Africa, the unique future. Okay, I won't go there. I will just quickly go through my slide now. So this is the African personality. It's equal. This is the root of African personality, of Afrocentricity. If you look at it, and this is what, even if you look at Ashanti, he spoke a lot about its negritude and as the forebearer and Blyden of African personality. Then this is what Blyden, the importance of Blyden. This is the importance of Blyden because he insisted on necessity for Africans to struggle and fight for equality, not by violence and arms, but by historical research, racial solidarity, cultural pride, and education achievement. He advocated for a West African university as early as 1800, and he is the first, and this is insisted on the first and foremost strategy to increase African self-respect was a good education, not every education, because some education is bad, to promote African personality. And this is Mary Kingsley. Mary Kingsley is a British woman who died at Simonstown in Cape Town, treating Boer War prisoners. Before then, she has published travels in West Africa, West African travel, and she's very, very sympathetic. This is what she main ideological orientation that the African Europeans have in their head, missionaries, British or colonial officials. It's a fancy Africa, and she was a few of the British personality who promoted the African personality. And as epistemological aspiration is to know what it is to think black. And in thinking what is to think black, Blyden, if I wish I have time for that, Blyden asked her, cui bono, who wants to think black? We want to use black. Nobody wants to think black. And she lamented what led her to this kind of thinking. And she's Ethiopian too, because this is very important, but I don't think I will have the time, that you don't bring civilization to Africa if you know African properly because of ancient Egypt. They are civilized. You are actually coming to uncivilize them through your Christianity and your governance. And again, eventually, she was saying this, by the time they came to her, people realized, people were panicked when they see Europeans in Africa. If you look at the Congo report, Roger Casement Congo report, people start off, when they see Europeans, they run to the bush at the later stage. So the important thing here, I won't be able to address it, but this is very important because this is a letter. Mary Kingsley was writing on her way to Cape Town to treat Boer War prisoner. And she died 3 months later. And in this letter, she was writing to Campbell, the editor of the New African, and she was writing this to Blyden and say, the confused, because what she wants to do is that the Europeans and Africa are confused because they don't know each other, as I showed in the other one. And again, the most important thing that she was puzzled by how she had to stand up to defend the African personality when better educated Africans are just promoting Christianity and trying to mimic. So she complained of this to Blyden, and just give me that. This is very important, I want to make. But then, and most importantly, she referred to a book Black Jamaican by Mr. Livingstone, who said Africa was tabula rasa. Before slavery, we were nothing. It's actually slavery that made us. She rejected this view in favor of a book written by Saba, John Mensah Saba, who wrote properly about the African personality, and she was commending him. And if you know about Saba and Fanti Federation in West Africa, they came into modernity because they were trying to form their own kind of modern state, like Jaja of Opobo was trying to do way in Cross River. So this book is very important because it commended them, and it shows the kind of African studies, Afrocentric studies she championed. And then Blyden replied to her, and I will try to stop here. He said, those who can respond to what Umeri Kingsley is saying are those people who never learned English. You know, and those of us who learn English cannot appreciate what she's saying. I just want to make an announcement. In southern Nigeria, if a woman is selling and she can't speak English and you come to her, she will apologize, oh, sorry, I can't speak English. If you go to northern Nigeria, there will be disdain. They will say, look, Turenchi, I don't speak no English. And it is the place you have Boko Haram, only that their ideology is bad. Boko Haram is that no to Western education. You get what I mean? But it was corrupted, and as we see. So, and this is very important. The next step, and this is the problem of mental alienation. Because this is Blyden talking now. The Christianized Negro looks away from his native eats. He's never talked like Anitius of old. To touch the ground is mother art for recuperation. He's under the curse of an insatiable ambition for imitation of foreign ideas and foreign custom. This is the black man's burden. The Christianized black man arising not from political or social proscription, but chiefly from ignorance of the rock, whence he was hewn, and the whole of the pit, whence he was dug, resulting in entire misapprehension of his place and work. And you can see we are just misplaced. Running after, we don't even know who we are or what we should be our priority. Honestly, and this is the beginning of African studies, that I say it was actually captured at the very, very beginning of African studies. Blyden was already bigly contesting the anthropological writings on Africa in 1800. So this is now a brother to Mary Kingsley writing to Alistair Green that in trying to form this African association, we should be afraid that this kind of sentiment don't capture African studies. But eventually there was a lot of intrigue, which made God to say this: we have got all our intrigues, and the imperialists have not captured us. Our finances are good. You know, so that they still maintain that. And how she does this, that she became editor of the journal. African Society is still being published to date. And again, she recalled that, again, the Africans who doesn't project the African personality, she was complaining about the mimicking of European culture using Shunin. And this is what the prof has just talking, using their own people to advance themselves. You know, I don't know which party is doing that, but I know that is what Nigerian elites do. You get what I mean? We are bargaining shift just to keep the country busy while oil company do whatever they want to do. And against the Alake of Abeokuta, who spoke his own language, wore his own dress, and was comfortable in himself. And then this is, I just want to add more ones like, this is what the African society is supposed to achieve. Blyden says this: the African slavery society of the past, the anti-slavery society of the past, in which I include the Aboriginal Protection Society, labor to rid the body of material shackles, and glorious is the work that they have achieved and are still achieving. The African society may, I hope, be called a new anti-slavery society with a higher and more delicate and difficult work before it. It is to me and every thinking African the Abinga of a great future for Africa. It is like the song of the nightingale after the long and dreary winter of misconception on the part of the foreigner and woes innumerable on the part of the native. It is as yet only on the threshold of the work to be done. It is to bring Africa within the intellectual and sympathetic grasp of the outside world. And basically, what I attempt to do is to show how exposure of the concept of African personality in the orientation of African studies is radical and groundbreaking, and make contemporary call for the colonization of African studies without recourse to Blyden's contribution, at best a historical, at worst amnesty. Thank you.
Molweni. Mna ke ndingu-Aphiwa wakantloko. Inzalelwane yaseLibode, Eastern Cape. Ndingumlambo, ndingumbinga, ndingukhakhaza, ndinguncwabane, ndingulusiba, ndingungwe, ndimangazibuko. Ndingurhibela, ndingumdatshi, ndingubhodi, ndinguncokazi, ndilimpondomisa phesheya kwetsitsa kuqumbu. Ndingumpinga, ndingusenzwa, ndinguwawa, ndingunomntwana, ndingaxhonywa eqandini fanele abadala. Ndingunonzaba, ndingunondize, ndingumbathana, ndingumatshaya, ndingumkhuma. Urhoyo umasoko unzimande ngalo eli xesha. Ndiyazibiza ezo zihlwele zihamba nam endleleni. Zindiphahle ngalo eli xesha. Ize ziwuthoba umoya, zindivumele ndikwazi ukufika kunezindlebeni nasezintliziyweni nasemoyeni. Masicamagusheni. Ukwenjenje, I'm greeting everyone. So I'm a social worker, but not a boring social worker. I want to make that clarity and the distinction. So before I begin, it's important for me to highlight that it would take a mad person to transform social work and develop Afrocentric and decolonial social work in South Africa. So I will do this by traveling with the communities that we serve. Ndiya eBakuba, but I'm going through a Bofolo. Indawo yamageza. So it is only those who were deemed to be mad whose ideals are living like uSobukwe and others who came before him and others, because kufuneka siphambane ukuze sichinje South Africa. I'm a student at the Mandela University. I'm a student of life and a scholar of life. Sometimes I'm a struggling student, but few things I want you to engage with me today, and ifuna amava enu your wisdom. And secondly, in the research that I'm embarking on, I've taken a position of not translating the excerpts from the community members and the social workers, so they will remain in isiXhosa or in both isiXhosa and isiNgesi. Simply because I don't understand why do I need to translate an Afrocentric and a decolonial scholarship. English has been used or taken a prestige position, even now ndithetha ngesiNgesi. But it's very important for me to perhaps take you through history so that you understand ukuba ndivelaphi, what is it that I'm bringing to the conversation. And towards the end, I will also highlight the relevance of the giant Sobukwe in the study that I'm currently embarking on. So the title is Social Workers and Community Members' Perceptions of an Afrocentric Social Work Practice Approach Relevant to South Africa. And what I'm trying to do is to not want to change social work without the communities, because the communities are the ones we are serving. For far too long, we've been imposing our ideas as academics in these ivory towers and telling their stories and not letting them speak their truths. So just a brief background, colonization and apartheid have shaped the evolution of the nature, form, and content of social welfare policy in South Africa. And the introduction of social work was a critical tool for social control, entrenchment of oppression, and of the African population. And I must tell you, social work professionalization was not designed with a black person in mind. And by the way, Verwoerd is the founding father, apparently, of the social work that we're practicing in South Africa. And social work in South Africa after 1924 was used as a manifesto for 1948, the elections, the apartheid. So you must understand the relationship and the marriage between social work colonization and apartheid. As we are busy practicing social work now, it is something foreign to Africa, South Africa, and it doesn't speak to the social systems of the African population. So social work has not been immune from criticism to, or rather to criticism about its relevance to the African context. it remains trapped in the colonial influence which shapes social work training and practice in most African countries. And I must say, when you read social work or even try to trace history, and the books that we teach or we are required to prescribe in class, they do not speak about the contribution ka Mamo Ellen Kuzwayo, ka Ella Gandhi, ka Joshua Nkomo, Oprah Gibbs Kente. And these are the individuals who have tried to use social work as activism to transform South Africa. So the liberals that we are required to prescribe in these universities, they only speak the soft social work, the white social work, and we're expected to teach the upcoming social workers to solve African problems using the colonial tools, by the way. So learning from Fanon, he said, each group must attain its style of existence without, of course, encroaching or being thwarted by another. Africa must inevitably exhibit African values and truly African in style. So in the study that I'm embarking on, I have deliberately included African black people. By black, I don't mean the definition of Biko. I mean black by descendant, not black by arrival in South Africa. Because there's black by origin, and then there's black or African by arrival. So I speak of origin. So just to further give you the background, that social welfare approaches in South Africa started with the residual approach. And this approach was flawed in a sense that it was pathologizing the individuals, and services were rendered only to the white people. And it only intervened when people could not meet their basic needs. And it then transitioned to institutional approach, which then gave a responsibility to the institutions to render services to the community and ensuring that communities are taken care of. And when I say community, you must understand that at this time, we still lived in separate development under apartheid in South Africa. So again, social work was never designed with us in mind. And then we transitioned post-1994 with the social development approach, which was ought to be people-centered, which was ought to be human rights-based. But when you trace even the social development approach, it's not of African origin. It was used by the colonial administrators itself during the conquest. But seemingly post-1994, we saw it as the suitable approach to solve our problems. But again, when you engage with the social development approach, you realize that the traditional indigenous ways of modes of cognizing and practice modalities were not embedded and foregrounded in the social development approach. Hence then, today, it lacks the relevance and effectiveness in the communities that we work in. So South Africa is one of the most unequal societies, and the gap between the rich and the poor increases every day. And most social welfare beneficiaries in South Africa are black, and the Western social thought as a foundation for social work and social development is primarily ineffective because it doesn't speak to the culture, it doesn't speak to the context that we find ourselves in. It doesn't speak to the existential conditions that we grapple with on a daily basis as black South Africans. So the social development approach is not grounded on indigenous knowledge systems, culture, tradition, and intellectual African cultural practices. The thinking in social development remains Eurocentric agenda, and the contribution of indigenous contextual ideologies has been intentionally neglected. Just to give you more as well, social work and social development has not made any major contribution. If you remember 1994, the Better Life for All, that was included in social work and social development as well. But when I reflect and look today, where is the better life for all? Just a quick question to the audience. What is social work in your language? Don't translate the word, but what is social work? Is social work in your language? So far, I've asked that question in the class that I teach in first year, and I only got 2 responses. Intlalontle, intlalakahle, the rest, other languages which are represented in class, they do not have the concept, which tells me then I'm part of the problem, because I'm teaching something that people do not know and understand. And I'm posing the ideas of the West to these students and expect them when they graduate to be able to solve the problems that we're struggling with. So the distinct feature of the study is to free Black Africans from the shackles of oppression, epistemic injustice, domination by the West, because I believe Africans must take a center stage in voicing their views, as they were long silenced through history of colonization. And the study seeks to allow Black African social work educators, practitioners, and community members to reimagine and reconfigure the basis of the profession, embed indigenous knowledge systems. And I've done this deliberately because as academics, we want to think on behalf of everyone. And when we designed rather and spoke about the Afrocentric approach relevant to South Africa, it was important for me to go to the communities and ask the community members, what is social work for you? How would social work look like in your context? What is it that you want to see happening? And in the next coming slides, I will present to you some of the excerpts and some of the contributions from the community members and the social work practitioners. I will just skip this slide, but in the theoretical framework, I've used critical social work, I've used Afrocentricity, I've used post-colonial theory, existential philosophy, because my interest is around Black people and their lived experiences. Because for far too long, the Black conditions have been written about by the whites, and it has been used to scaffold the academics in their social mobility in academia. And they get promoted through writing about Black experience and not as Black people writing about our own conditions. So the relevance of SOBUKWE's ideals to the study is that of unity and solidarity, Ubuntu, political and economic independence, self-reliance and self-determination. And you will see some of these themes in the excerpts that I will share with you, and then you can engage me afterwards. Liberation and emancipation, which translate to transformative change, education and consciousness, because Africa for Africans, we cannot use interventions and practice modalities which put us in this place to solve the problems that we are experiencing. So then Africans should construct their own intervention to solve the problems because they are the experts in their lived experiences. So the findings suggest that in an Afrocentric social work, there is no separation of body, mind, and spirit, as they are regarded as having an equal value and interrelated. And spirituality is fundamental in Afrocentric social work. Some of the characteristics of an Afrocentric social work include collaboration, culture-centered, holism, Ubuntu, collective shared responsibility, relatable, contextual content, and humanizing interventions. And it's very important for me to highlight that currently social workers, when they practice, there is something which we call biopsychosocial assessment when a client comes in. We assess the biology, the social, but we never speak about the spiritual being. Emoyeni unjani, ukholelwa entweni, into ekuphilisayo. Because in some instances, the headache that I have might mean kufuneka ndiyongxolelwa emaxhantini uze ndiphile. But we seldom ask that, or we never ask that. But I will share the excerpts from the community members and social work practitioners. But it's important for me to highlight some of the themes that emerge engaging with the community members and the social work practitioners. That is very important when we construct this Afrocentric social work practice approach. We understand the role and the meaning and the importance of family in the African context. And in understanding family, we do not have extended family in Africa. We do not have cousin. Your family is your family. You belong to a particular clan. Amaxete and amakwati, if I'm not home anymore, they must be able to do and observe the ceremony or rite of passage that I need here in Gauteng. That is family. Understanding the meaning of importance of communities, because we belong to the communities. There's a community before there's us. Understanding of an African person within a family, the African community, because currently the social work we practice is individualistic, because it deals with you, the individual. It's informed by the Western views of dealing with the individual, but not the community and the family. Understanding rather the belief systems such as witchcraft, religion, rites of passage, culture and tradition, an Afrocentric approach should promote integrated development and empowerment of an African. Ubuntu is a fundamental principle that demarcates Afrocentrism, and interventions should be sustainable. So these were the recommendations or contributions from the community members and the social work practitioners who work with these communities on the ground. Just for you, so that you have an idea of understanding the meaning and importance of role of communities, one said we need a social work practice is also involve the community when trying to solve a problem. Ezizo understand a language esiyithethayo, because currently as social workers we go to communities. Firstly, at university we teach students how to dress, and the dress code alienates the student from the community, because uyangamakwai community and you smelling a nice perfume, and the only thing you leave in that family is the smell of a nice perfume, because yours was only to come and intervene, and yours was being reactionary because you didn't foresee and prevent a problem, but you came after there was a problem. And by the way, social workers are not based or found or embedded in the communities. Community members have to take a taxi 1 or 2 to see a social worker, and that is problematic in its nature. Understanding of an African person, one said also we have our own language. Sine language yethu, English is not our own language. So ngokutsho thina indlela esiunderstanda ngayo is true language yethu. So xa ndicommunicate mna nononhlalontle kungaske kuthi kanti uyayazi le language mna ndiyithethayo, so that there's understanding relatability, because there's a lot that is lost in translation as well. Understanding belief systems such as witchcraft, religion. When you deal with umtu in social work, we need to check spirituality, the beliefs umtu, what do they believe in, because sometimes what is presenting okanye lento ibonayo kuye, it's coming from somewhere that you will never know. Bamhlawumbi into okanye whatever, and also asking them ukuba bakholelwa entweni. So it's very important to ascertain what do they believe in. Because social workers currently would rather tell you as a client that let's pray, without asking you what you believe in. Usuka kwikhaya elinjani, what do they believe in? The people before you, what do they practice and believe in? So sometimes our problems are solved in our own African way. That's the kind of social worker the community members want to see in the field. So Afrocentric social work should promote integrated development. It needs to be to have accessible social workers in the community, social worker that understands the context. We also need social workers that have holistic approach in engaging with the individual. So when an individual comes to you seeking assistance, you must be able to understand that SCC is coming from a community, and the community believes in A, B, C, and D, and there's a family. So the individual might be a symptom, but there's a larger problem in the family, or there's a larger problem in the community. And that's why most of the time, those who go to rehab relapse, because we deal with the individual in the rehab, and then the individual comes to the family and the community, the same problem still exists in these social systems, and we've never dealt with or prepared them to receive the individual coming from rehab. So intervention should be sustainable, like SOBUKWE always say. We must be self-sufficient, self-determination, and be able to solve our problems and create sustainable solutions to the problems we're grappling with. So Ubuntu, we all have an understanding of Ubuntu, I believe, and thank you. I'm glad that Professor Ramos is here and has delivered, a lecture, because it's one of the foundations that we read. Also, Prof. Sesanti, Prof. Dondolo, and other colleagues who are here. So in summary, the approach should focus on upskilling and mobilization of an African person. Intervention and care should be a collaboration. Social workers should have an immense presence in communities to promote understanding of culture and service delivery. and services need to be humanizing towards people and bring dignity. When you go to social workers, they should not ask you to perform your poverty for them to understand that you are really in need. Because that is what is happening now. The system and the services are dehumanizing. You need to perform and prove that ndiyayidinga le nto. So in conclusion, the suggestion is that the curriculum needs to change to include indigenous knowledge system, African cosmology, African humanism and Ubuntu, humanizing pedagogy, culture should inform social work, because currently culture in social work is used as an appendix, because we speak about culture-sensitive social work, and that only comes after there's a Western social work. So what they are proposing is that culture must be foregrounded, must be embedded, must come before the social work, and social work must be informed by the culture. In practice, language should change and not refer to client but as learning partners, because with the clients we are learning together. So a client suggests that I come to you seeking for medication or for something, but as a learning partner, we are collectively transforming each other, collectively learning, collectively changing the community. And lastly, on theory, recognize how the family structure is understood. African languages, values, practice modalities, and modes of cognizing should be embedded in the kind of social work that the people have said they want to see. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you to our presenters for their thought-provoking papers. We will now move to question time. But there are just two things that I think are permeating through these two papers. One, it's clear that education is ideological. Education is political. To a greater extent, post-1994, we are failing to do that. If you look historically, education has been used, and that's the weapon we are not using after 1994. And also the complexity of archives. The first presenter problematized the archives, saying most of our archives are in Europe. If you do a research, you are forced in one way or another to go to certain countries in Europe to access that information. And that begs question about archives. The collection, the access, the accessibility of those archives, and perhaps what can we do to make those archives in European countries accessible to our people on the continent, or perhaps to repatriate the material that is there. And this is in line with the book, I forgot the author, say the title is The Gun That Shot Twice. The Gun That Shot Twice. Eric, yes, Eric. His argument is the first gun was used during colonialism. That was the first one. The second one is through museums, archives, public culture. Because if you go to these museums, you will see some of the weapons that were used during the wars of land dispossession. And when you go there as a descendant of those who were colonized, that gun is shooting for the second time. So the gun that shot twice. And it's evident here, even in terms of curriculum, the social worker, it's the same thing. So, and perhaps what needs to be done in terms of transforming or changing this Eurocentric social work, and also the African studies, the first presenter tried to problematize, and the centrality of African personality. I think the papers were good, and they will, I'm sure we will have a number of questions and discussion. Any questions? Yeah. You'll be number 1, number 2, 3, and 4. Oh, number 5, 6, 7, okay. Let's have a first round, eh? We start at this side. And then from this side, we move to the other side. You can go ahead.
Thanks, Prof. So I wanted to ask Mr. Nhloko, how far, how close or far do you think the institutions of higher learning are from your findings in terms of your findings and the recommendations at the level of curriculum, decolonization, to really respond to the issues that you've raised. Secondly, what is your assessment of the capacity of the education and training institutions to concretize this curriculum you are recommending? Do you think that the academy is capacitated enough that its cognitive dimensions are geared towards the kind of change you are looking for? Just a question for the first speaker. One question. On this problem of archival work, and Prof, you were now talking about the issues of repatriation. I'm asking here this question not pessimistically or hopelessly, but I'm trying to maybe get to the crux of the issue. Do you think that we will ever be able to get our belongings? I mean, this colonization of our information. Do you think we are able to sort of be able to get these things? I would imagine they have been highly commercialized. Now, if you want to go and get this kind of information, you need to do this and that to be able to get it. So can we be able to get this information back? Tied to this question is, if we can't be able to recover all these histories, what should we do with it in terms of trying to properly and fully understand ourselves? Because then we would not be able to fully understand ourselves if we don't have all the details of our own history. So how do we have a history then in that context?
Stance on allowing community to lead the study and allowing community to teach you, recognizing that the community is already an existing institution that holds knowledges that are supposed to feed to the social work practice. I'm interested in if you, in your study, you have come across ways in which we have been doing social work that we then did not define as social work. I'm here thinking about children are raised by the village and the idea of Ubuntu. So I'd like to just hear from you, Uti, easy peasy into that you can detect from the ways we used to do things, Dala, in ancient times, that you can identify as somehow linked to social work, and how do we then apply those now? And my second question is also on your, you mentioned that we need to also be considerate in social work practice of the spirit, the mind, the body, and the soul, and that there are certain needs that are supposed to be directed for specific families and what they've been through and who they are. Do you then need to have some form of spiritual gifts, African spiritual gift, to carry this work? Do you think social work in decolonial social work or Afrocentric approach needs to have the balance of the two in order to fulfill the needs of the community and the needs of our people? Yeah.
Thank you so much thank you for your presentations. I have a question for each speaker. To the first speaker, I thank you for enlightening us on Blyde, and I wanted to ask you a little bit more about the biographical detail that you had to skip over, at least insofar as his political program is concerned. You mentioned Pixley Kaseme and Booker T. Washington as people who were present for African studies and its formulation. And if I understand their political projects well, they were assimilationist. So I wanted to find out if Blyden was similar or not. And then to the second speaker, I wanted to find out about Verwoerd social workers. You mentioned that he sort of formalized social work, and I wanted to find out who these social workers were, because I'm thinking about Victorian feminism and philanthropy as sort of being social workers, effectively. I think it's the Carnegie Foundation report on poor whites that keeps reoccurring in like feminist literature that speaks about how white women or white feminists were going out into communities doing social work. And I wonder if that's the face of the Verwoerd social workers. Thank you. Oh, sorry, a small point on translation. Astet is Xhosa, but we speak other languages, so I wanted to find out if perhaps you are willing to translate not into English, but into other indigenous languages. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. I have a question for the very last speaker. I asked this question on Tuesday, and the response I got left much to be desired. So seeing as you repeat the same thing, I hope maybe you can provide more greater clarity. What do you mean by black by origin? This as an attempt to, of course, distinguish it from what you call the Biko black. And could the essence you're trying to capture in that distinction be better served perhaps by, I don't know, African or indigenous maybe? I ask this because, to my mind, at least, black comes about as a result of some members of the human race on a criterion devised arbitrarily by themselves, have taken up a mission to found what they would believe a political ontology they would believe to be superior. And prior to that attempt, I don't believe people were black. Nole Motswana or Mupedi, whatever else. I don't know if maybe I'm missing something in this black by origin thing, but blackness, to my mind, signifies defeat. And a defeat that stems from the unjust defeat, of course, resulting from a conquest drawn from unjust wars. That's when truly the black thing comes about. Prior to that, people knew each other and themselves through totally different categories. So if you could please then maybe provide some clarity there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go first? No, we'll go second round. Let's first respond to this question. Do you want me to recap? Okay.
Thank you very much for that question around the archive. You see, the way I understand the archive, and as we should, archive is like mediator and gatekeepers of knowledge. Even the archivists themselves, they construct knowledge because in their ordering stuff, tabulating them, classifying them, assessing them, they're already constructing the knowledge. Because you can see that even the chronological manners in which they put it and under the heading they're already constructing it. So that is one thing. And archive and restitution, you get what I will go back to that, but let me answer this first. What is painful is that these archives are openly accessible. I can access most of the archives in my laptop, like National Library of Ireland. You just have to, and that is the access. Because we don't have, their own people have access. So if you go there today, you have access to that archive. You just have to register and then you log in the same way. But to their own, to the people in Europe, it is generally accessible with no money. It's just your time to go through it, and most of them are digitized, which put our own archive at risk. Because we are digitizing too, but we don't then have access to those digital archives. Only people in the global north have the access. And the question basically about restitution of our archive. You see, the problem we have about restitution is, I will go to check and tell Diop. Diop said, what they have taken, we cannot bring back. Our task is to go into the storage of this museum, look at and interpret them with our own eyes. But what we have been doing is we've just been fixated on objects. Like I'm coming back from Dublin now. I I know where Setwayo killed it. I know where Sekukunde killed it. I know where Makoma killed it. I know where the Ngan pipe is. I have touched them like this. You get what I'm, but we want those things back, those fake things. But the archive, the real archive that contains knowledge of how those things enter the archive itself, who took it, what are the violence that comes to it. It's like what Dondolo is saying, there's a book, the British Museum. That thing says, you see, anytime you see something in the archive, you have to look at the necrography of it, the deaths. And a warrior doesn't surrender his sword. So when you go to a museum, you see swords, you see shells, you have to know that somebody is killed before those things are taken. Because it's death. Most of them are battlefield. So that is death. You get what I'm saying? So we never question that. We just want the object. But to actually look at it, and another scholarship is starting, and they call it forensic history. Looking at how, that is what the objects are important to, because this is an exhibit of crime. You know, it's not for us to bring it and put it in another museum and start dancing around it, but to look at it and say, this is what happened. And if you look at, it's tied to another project, to the Congo report. We look at, okay, before this object was taken, what was happening? Since the object was taken, what have been happening to the community? How do we get compensation for this? And then on the question that whether we should go, if we don't have those objects, what we should do to have access to it. It is one of the data of the knowledge we are practicing. You see, we do history here, we do all the stuff here. How do we get restitution? Restitution is, you say, oh, you know, we are reconciling now. We are not going to beat each other. But you see, my children want to know what happened to me. I don't have time. Please, University of Oxford, British government, how many UNISA students are you going to sponsor to come to your archive tomorrow? How many kids from here should come to the British Museum to see what is theirs? You get, because those things now, if we bring them, look at the cost of conservation, but you have to go there to see those things in situ. Because in their home museum, they bring their school children to see those things. You get what and the challenge that's happening, our own kids that are among those people, they don't want to identify with those objects at all. You get what I mean? Because it is psychological, because they sense defeat. They are not even as conscious as us. But so when they go there, they share, they show some Africans, so they feel that. So that is very important. And another of the biographical details of Blyden. Blyden is a very, very fundamental writer. You see, people like, he was a West Indies who left West Indian to go to the United States to study. Because of racism, he can't study in the States, so he moved to Liberia. And then studied in Liberia and established himself. He has a very beautiful book. A lot I can quote for, but you can Google Blyden and you will see what he did. But one question we should be careful about, assimilationist or non-assimilationist. You see, at this very, very historical time, this is a very hermeneutical one. At this very historical time, for you even to have a voice to speak, you have to learn English, you have to be a Christian. You get what I'm saying? So already you are within, it's the same thing we are doing now. Most people who doesn't have our own privilege to see there, they will say we are assimilationists because we have assimilated into the system. So what the best way to look at it is that what is the stage they were at those times. You get what I mean? Blyden was even more radical because Blyden started as a Christian. He moved to being a Mohammedan, a Muslim, and he moved to be a traditional African. Because he now realized that's why I said, forget this African on the coast. Go to the interior of Africa to meet people who have not been corrupted. You get what I mean? So in that sense, we can see Blyden is actually more radical than we think. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the questions. I'll start with the last one. I do accept and understand that blackness is equally a social construct, which not necessarily developed by Africans. But for me in the study, I've used Black African for the African descendants. That's how I've defined Black to participate in the study. And that is why I was distinguishing it from Black as defined by Ubiko. You must have been of an African descent to participate in the study. That is the understanding of Blackness in the study. So there's a question of, I think, from occupation to professionalization of social work. Yes, when you read history, particularly what is called global history, And I don't know what makes it global. Maybe is it because it's not from Africa. Yeah. You'll realize that there's two organizations that they refer to, which is Charity Organization Society and Settlement Movement Houses. And the Charity Organization Society had what is called the visitors or volunteers to assist and try to solve issues of welfare. But in doing so, they were racist. And then you understand that the Settlement Movement House is the one that was mostly concerned about the black conditions, the immigrants, which also tackled issues of health amongst the black people. So that's how you locate social work in the global context. But most importantly, Christianity features also in the development of social work. Because anyway, Christianity was used to colonize us. It's still used to do so. So when you read social work, you will understand that those organizations and volunteerism is understood to have been social work. For example, Uma Mushalot Maqeke was a social worker, not by training, but because of the work she did for South Africans, particularly the black communities, and the work that the leadership she assumed, she was deemed a social worker because she was concerned about the well-being of black people in South Africa. But very important, the current social work in terms of professionalization only came up to solve the white poverty problem. That's the main reason, without any concern of the black person in South Africa, still today. And then there's a question about holistic, I think, social work or spirituality and a gift. You know, but what I'm proposing, or what the study proposes, based on what the community members and the social worker practitioners have said, you don't need necessarily to be isangoma, igqirha, or umdobonayo. But when a client comes to your office, mbuze, ask the questions. What do you believe in? How did your people solve their problems? And how do they find healing? And then in doing so, you will be able to refer if you can't intervene immediately, and you will have a better understanding, and your intervention plan will be relatable and relevant to the context that the person lives in. And then there's a question about
translation.
Translation. Oh, yes. Translation. As Africans, we should not need translation from African languages. That's my position. I should be able to read Sesotho, Sevenda, and other languages. So the refusal for me to translate, I'm also in a journey to use language as a weapon for self-identity, reclaiming that. That is my position in the study. Of course, I do anticipate problems with examination because people have been saying that, but I don't care at this point. Yeah. I should rather suffer, sacrifice, and then I will rise.
Even between Africans.
Okay. No, I think the point is the translation of from isiXhosa to other languages, perhaps Sotho.
Sometimes I'm hearing a bit of almost like a defensive posture. To say that we are
okay. Press mic, ne? Press. Okay, it's fine.
On that one, maybe later.
Okay. Just a minute, and then we take a last hands, and then we go for the next session. Yes, this side. Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. The only 2 points I want to make is to express an appreciation to Dr. Morakinyo, because what you have done with your presentation is to give us a language. Because, you know, with African intellectuals and scholarship, we don't really, sometimes we fail to categorize it so that it can be concrete and firm. So what you have done is to give a genealogy of African intellectuals and African studies from an Afrocentric perspective, and I just wanted to make that appreciation. And the second one is to speak to Ubutapiwe Paya. I don't quite understand, and I've heard this often, and like I said, I heard it the other day when Diepolo was saying not the Biko of black. and that is not substantiated. And I think that the problem that it arises from some of the definitions that are given by some black consciousness adherents like us, who misrepresent Biko and misinterpret him, rather than allowing Biko to speak in his own voice. Because Bantu Biko said that black consciousness is an attitude of the mind and a way of life, the most positive call to emanate from the black world for a long time. Its essence is a realization by the black man of the need to rally together with his brothers around the cause of their oppression, the blackness of their skin. So more often than not, we are told that black consciousness is about the attitude of the mind, and it's got nothing to do with the skin. It has got everything to do with the skin. Stephen Bantu Biko said so himself. Just like more often than not, we are told that Sobukwe spoke about love and never about hatred. Sobukwe did speak about hatred. He said that we hate white people. We hate them, not because of the color of their skin, but we hate them because they are oppressors. Remove the oppression, and all of this will be gone. And so you cannot pretend to hate the Shambo rather than the person who wields the Shambo. So I just wanted to set that straight. Sure.
Okay. Thanks. For us, yes.
Thank you very much. My question is to both presenters. Am I audible? Okay, yeah, so I just wanted to find out if there's a way from both of you colleagues, if there's a way for us to free ourselves from this concept of practice. You know, we can talk about heritage practice, we can talk about museum practice, anything that produces practitioners. My worry about this practice thing is that it works with frameworks, parameters, guidelines. You know, anyone who's trained to be a practitioner is trained to go out and practice and perform knowledge. So is there a way, given what you've said and your whole problematization of these practices, is there a way to free ourselves from this practice thing that sets parameters so that someone can practice like a sangoma or ikrecha that can just be consulted anytime without operating from an institution? Because if someone operates within an institution, then they must work within the parameters of that institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, we are really behind the schedule. I will just take 2 hands, and then you can engage the speakers maybe during the break. Okay, I'll take you and also 2 at the back. Okay. And then we will close the session. You can go ahead.
Firstly, thank you to the speakers. My background, my name is Fomani. My background is in corporate. However, I'm currently a student of African philosophy at UNISA. Now, firstly, to the second speaker, thank you so much for unveiling, you know, the practicalities of African metaphysics, right? Because I'll just give a brief view. So when I was raised, my grandfather was a member of a leader of a church. He actually founded a church. However, my grandmother was what you call a sangoma, a spiritual healer, right? And growing up, there would be a tension between the two, where I would be proud of the patriarchal aspect. When it came to Badimo Batwa, I'll chase away my friends because I do not want them to see that, right? So I think it's very important to continuously highlight the praxis of African metaphysics because it's a practical thing. It's not something I'm reading and then I translate it and we discuss it. No, the actual practices. Killing a goat means something. Killing a sheep means something else. So thank you for doing that, because I think it could be part of the key antidote to colonialism, a key and practical antidote. Now, I struggled a bit coming into the philosophical landscape because I struggle to remove the veil of supreme intellectualism and actually see through what can be practical here, right? And I think I'm not alone when I say that. So thank you for doing that. And then to the prof, you know, again, I'm about a practical philosophy. That's my belief. So I'm going to just one observation, right? You know, we are personified narratives as people. If the book is not written, I'm representing the book, right? We live through stories. Stories literally guide the journey of our lives. So now, it's one thing to access the archives. It's a completely different thing to create critical mass and attention to those archives. Yesterday, Professor Na spoke incredibly. I mean, our perspectives were expanded, our perceptions were expanded. I was standing outside by the queue, and I had I'm going to say young guys because I'm older, and they were saying, oh, right? So meaning, in terms of how do we shift those young people's attention so that they care about this information, over and above me being a good parent, studying the literature, contributing to, let's say, epistemology, writing papers, raising my family, and teaching them these teachings as an individual. How do we create that critical mass that brings about sufficient attention to actually move the needle in a practical term for an African child who was here yesterday? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, those remaining, please try to be short. I know you want to expand on these issues. Yes, yes. No, right at the back, the lady there. Yeah. The mic, eh?
Sorry, this is a question for the second speaker. In terms of like understanding social work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. To the point. My thing, for the second speaker, in terms of understanding what it is this thing called social work is, and you're looking, it was mentioned with the Victorian times and how it started off by, since, what's it called, missionary women trying to engage with a specific problem. And for me, when you understand what missionary work is, social work, a lot of it has to do with where do we place people before we institutionalize them. So it seems that a lot of the work is about surveillance and institutionalizing, identifying what problem they are. Do the children go to prison? Must they be separated? Do they go to a home? So, and in recognizing this, and then just to piggyback off what Umama said here about Abongoma and what does it mean to bring Abongoma into the practice, I often wonder, are there certain institutions that are these institutions, can they even be decolonized? Should we even be asking them? Is it even possible? Are we breaking our heads against something that is fundamentally the problem and is fundamentally making us the problem, whereby we should be finding new ways and actually, hey, how can we exist outside of these institutions rather and make them the problem? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. There was a, okay, you go.
In the light of what Professor Sisante said, I picked up that there is a problem with conceptual conflation. The idea of Afrocentric approaches is expressive of the fact that different speakers can define concepts differently. Now, if in the same sentence you use Afrocentric, Afrocentricity, Africanity, Afrocentrism, you are falling into a crisis of an ideological mess. So there may be a need of a clinical pursuit of a concept in the light of the author that you are choosing as a postulator of an idea with its units of analysis. The biggest problem that I have seen, it's often that those who are saying Afrocentric, they move on to talk African centricity. And when you look at all these meanings of words, you find that scholars who were using them implied different things by them. So I was just simply saying that let us not fall into ideological conflation. And going back to the first speaker, there was a debate at a particular point in time where the issue was whether, in view of African people, did they define the problem as colonization or dehumanization, to which maybe to be rehumanized becomes the key. And this is where I see also that there's a danger where if the problem is colonization, maybe decolonization with the prefix D as a repellent. So hence maybe decolonial scholars will talk about decoloniality. But it may be that if your view is we have been de-Africanized, maybe re-Africanization may appear to be the issue. So I'm just saying that sometimes there is a particular way in which we throw all these concepts all in one, and then we sort of make a fusion of ideas. Along the way, we have made a coat of many colors conceptually without dealing with the etymological use of every concept. I'm just saying that as a point of concern, that if you pursue follow the path of that scholar so that you are clinical in your use of concept.
Okay, thank you.
Professor, thank you very much, and I should acknowledge you too in that quote I used, because it's that book you gave me, Diop, Great African Thinkers, from where Diop specifically talk about the museum. You know, I don't want to go into that, but people mistake Diop that Diop actually, his first work is in the museum. So thank you, Prof. And sis, this is a big question, and that is there a way for us to free ourselves from this practice, from, you know, and there are ways, but it's very, very expensive and costly. That is why they will say philosophy is for rich kids with trust fund. If you have enough money, you don't have to, you can do it. But in this our own way, we can do border thinking. That means we are in the academy and we partner with our community. Like that brother who gave the poem yesterday, is not in the academy. You get what I mean? But that expanse, that for him to be able to bring out what he did yesterday was massive. And from where me and you are coming from, we are coming from the public history. Public history started because it started from people, a distrust for the authority of the academics about South African history. Then we bring the public in, not to popularize history, but as a transactional exchange between the public and the academy. The contestation, then we produce historical knowledge through that way, rather than just sitting here in the academy, because people generally say, what history? Most institutions don't have history, or the history they do the history of penguin, the history of, you know, but not social or political history. So that is one thing. And border thinking is very expensive. Bruh, I hear you very, very well about the practicality of philosophy. And now we are going to make this as the archive. How we are going to make this accessible to young children. It is because we either consciously, we realize that what archive are we going to introduce our children to? The Christian archive? As Professor said, so we don't, the moment we believe in our own archive, like that is what Afrofuturism, as I understand it, wants to do. We go into our Sangoma mothers, who knows the truth, because our people know our history. Only that it is select. That's why you see in African tradition, it's more, people say it's called, it's gradation. So the few people who are actually initiated into those things, they know the true history of the people. And only a few of them know. How do we go into these people and turn it into what we call, into Wakanda, District 9, You get what it interests people, but you can learn a lot about ancient Africa through those things. And people are already doing it. Only we are not. In Europe, they are teaching their children. That's where they dominate knowledge. They are teaching them hieroglyphics. They are teaching them stuff like that. And one thing I just want to come, you see, I'm coming back about language, about the way we do. All these things we are doing, we are speaking here. Virtually, we are reporting to the master. We are not speaking to ourselves. That's how we are trained. You speak English, then you report, oh, this, I do that. Then
So thank you so much, Manbulele, Prof. Sasanti, Manbulele Elder. I've taken the comments. That's why I was saying I need your wisdom in this room. Just to be brief, I think as a society in general, we have a narrow understanding of social work. Hence, then, we want to institutionalize and box it. There's a room, of course, for us to learn from those who came before us. The PCP programs had welfare and social welfare services offered to the community, not via institution, but Unontlalontle lived with the communities. We can learn from Omampele Rampele. Oprah Gibbs used social work through the theater of the oppressed to communicate the message and engage with issues that we grapple with as Abantu Abamnyama. To come back to your questions, Dr. Mandashe, in closing, institutions of higher learning are not willing. I must say, I must be honest, I'm saying this because of the curriculum that I'm teaching. It's a curriculum that I was taught about 16 years ago, particularly at this university I work for. But in other universities, there's been transformation and changes. But when you look at the changes and transformation, it's only the lecturers or academics that inform the changes in the curriculum. But never a moment they ask the community or the students, curriculum. So it's still top down, but even though there's changes. And then in closing, I want to agree with Prof. Dondolo to say education is ideological and political, and so is social work. Social work is political because it was used as a political tool, and it remains to be used as a political tool to influence a lot of what is happening, particularly in the world. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenters. We are really behind schedule, so those who want to engage them can do that one-on-one. We will now move to the next session. Sorry for rushing you. I will invite Prof. Ramose and Ndate, and also Professor Sesandi to come, and the facilitator of the session. I will hand over to you. They are going to have a conversation. Thank you.
Sanvanani, once again, so I was told that we are already pressed for time, but I just wanted to confirm how much time we have, maybe to have the discussion. Any time, we have freedom. Okay, and what time is it now?
20 past.
Okay, 20 past. Okay, so I was thinking that we could maybe propose second questions, but you said the elder has the last word. Yeah. Okay, so we'd be having a conversation, as you can see on the program, on Ubuntu philosophy and Africana history, but also centering Pan-Africanism, Afrocentricity, and Afrofuturism, especially because I've just noticed throughout the conference that we had not touched much on Afrofuturism, but I'd just like the elders to, whatever in their answers, emphasize what they think about the future, you know, what advice they have for us as the youth, and also now that we hear how, what can we make of the future, especially because they have, you know, lived, they have experience. So I believe that they can give us guidance, more especially because Isin Duleso. And starting with Dr. Sisante, I'd just like to know, what would you make as a distinction between Afrocentricity and Pan-Africanism?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Yako. I specifically asked to speak first because in our African culture, the elders are supposed to have the final and the last word. I thought we were going to make, I was asking the chair, but I'll submit to a decision that we were going to have about 5 to 10 minutes each, summarizing our views, and then I'll start that way. But she wants it this way, and we'll follow, because you're the chair. No, don't worry. You're the chair. And so we'll follow that, we'll follow it your way. Thank you. Let me begin by saying very quickly, Afrocentricity is defined as an examination of issues from an African and cultural perspective. So in other words, that whenever we deal with issues that have got to do with African people, we do so examining them from their own historical background and their own culture. And by culture, again, we must not, you know, the definition that we've been given by culture is very limited, especially when it comes to African people. It is about our music, our dances, and all. That is all part of culture. But central to culture are the philosophical perspectives of those people. Because when you speak about the philosophical perspectives of those people, then you're beginning to understand what are their views, or what are their philosophical views regarding the law, regarding nature, regarding everything that is in their environment. So that then is Afrocentricity. And let me then be specific that Afrocentricity, at no stage can it ever be independent from Pan-Africanism. Afrocentricity is a theoretical framework that is rooted in the ideology of Pan-Africanism. Molefi Asante, who is credited with having defined, traces Afrocentricity to his teacher, Kwame Nkrumah. And Nkrumah is said to have mentioned the word, and Molefi Asante then says that I developed the definition of the concept. Therefore, Afrocentricity is squarely and properly located. And if anyone doubts this, the book Afrocentric Manifesto by Molefi Asante states this unequivocally. Or if I'm wrong, then it is Afrocentricity, the theory of something. One of those two books states this that I'm stating almost verbatim.
Okay, thank you for the distinction, and it's most especially, well, it's not really a distinction, as you mentioned, that they are inseparable. Now, Afrocentricity, as I've come to know it, was developed in the States. You mentioned Molefi Asante. We can also mention Amamazama. What I'd like to know, since you say that they're inseparable, is whether or not Afrocentricity is applicable to African indigenous knowledges and systems and praxis, if they're inseparable, how do we make that? Do we need to make a distinction? If we take Afrocentricity and our indigenous knowledge systems and whatever it is that we do, how can we reconcile that?
Thank you very much. That's a very important question to have raised. Because when we speak about the African American people, we are speaking about the people that were forcibly dislocated from the African continent and relocated to the US. Now, Afrocentricity, at no stage does Molefi Ketela Asante say it is an African American. He says, or rather speaks about Africa. He says, therefore, we have a department in Temple of African American Studies, but Molefi Asante squarely locates himself in the African continent and in the culture and history of the African people. It is mischievous on the part of those who look at Afrocentricity and say then that it is a theory of African Americans. It is not. It is those Africans in America who are trying to find their way back to the continent and beginning and trying to understand themselves, because when they were taken from the continent, they were done, what we refer to, where they were trying to de-Africanize them. Now, when you study Molefi, you know there's a beautiful thing about Maya Angelou. She says that, and there are these people who told us that when the African Americans went to the US, they lost everything that they had. It is not true. Those who have studied African American, the culture that is there, can see the traces of African culture, because they, even though they lost the language in terms of the ethnic African languages, they never lost their cultures, because the cultural practices were retained by the African people. And through then, if there's been amnesia of anything, then, you see, with Pan-Africanism, as a coinage, again, the concept Pan-Africanism will be traced, as I think it was Professor Pra, who was saying the other day that he speaks about Edward Blyden and all of that. That is a coinage. But MANGALISO SOBUKWE very brilliantly, when he speaks about African nationalism and nation building, in fact, which is a project of building, he traces it to Mshweshwe. He traces it to Shaka. He traces it to Yinza. Meaning that the African people, independently, without responding to our oppressors, were busy with the Pan-African project. But those who have studied the history of Kemet, I always ask students of political science, and if we had time, I would ask them here. They sometimes speak about the nation state that is bringing together this and that. And I ask, when did this begin? And they trace it somewhere to Europe and all of that. But history tells us, and this has got nothing to do with us as Afrocentrists. Read the book written by Breasted. These names for Breasted, though. The Emergence of Ethics, or something like that, Breasted. He says himself, initially he said in 1912, the book that he wrote, that Menace in Kemet brought together where the first state to be a state was in Kemet, which is referred to as ancient Egypt, in 3,400 before the Common Era, when the south of Kemet and the north of Kemet were brought together. At that time, Greece was speaking about city-states. Africa began lagged in that regard. But then, Breasted goes back in his book published in 1933, says no, at that time it was on the basis of available evidence. But on further examination and interrogation, truly this process of bringing about not city-states but a nation-state in English took place in 4000 before the Common Era by the Kemetics. And if I had time, I would tell you that, you know, the students of history, political science, and philosophy will tell you that Plato came with the idea of the philosopher king through his book, The Republic. False. False. The truth of the matter, when we study the philosophy of Merikare, the philosophers of Kemet, we see that they say there that a king, in order to be a king, must rule according to Ma'at. The philosophy of Kemet
So therefore, if you are to be a king, you have to be a king that is a philosopher king. When you do not practice my art, then you do not qualify to be a king. And Plato, who was a student at Kemet, Plato was a student there. When he writes in the laws, he says the gentlemen of Greece must yet master mathematics in the way that the children of Egypt do. Plato knew because he was in Kemet. And so he says that elders are here to practice the art of mathematics in the manner that children in Europe do. And so Plato got it from Kemet. And it is in the books by Plato, the laws. We're not being sentimental as Africans. And I'm not saying anything that I'm saying myself, and I'm plotting you to Plato in the laws. I'm pointing you, and I'm saying that, so this is true.
Thank you for making the reference to the stolen legacy, and most especially philosophy and the Greeks and how they've just mastered, you know, how they've just claimed dominance and how they gave the same philosophy to us that, you know, we taught them. In reference to Afrocentricity, and you mentioned that, or African Americans, you mentioned that they were displaced, right, from the continent, and perhaps there had been certain things maybe that had been lost or that they don't have memory of, but the culture in it, in their practice, whatever it is that they do, it is evident. Now, what I want to ask is if we, as we are placed here, have a particular duty, right, to African Americans or the African diaspora, you know, to give them or to provide certain information to reintegrate them simply because they were displaced without their will. Do we have a particular duty? Are we aware of that? Are we willing to do that? What does this duty look like? And what is the willingness also of the Afrocentric school as well? How do we come together and have this one Afrocentricity and Pan-Africanism without, you know, distinction?
You've made my day. And after this, I'm begging that please direct all the questions to Professor Ramos so that we can conclude, because you have made my day. I couldn't have asked the questions in the way that you do, and I would not be able to articulate myself, you know, as I wanted to, had you not led me in this direction. You are a true daughter of Africa, you know, in the tradition of ISIS, and being inspired by the ancestors to utter the right questions. And I've got to do this, you know, where I'm not going to do it privately, I'm going to do it openly. Because as Africans, we do. We kiss our children, we kiss each other openly. There's no shyness, there's not this and that. But unfortunately, we were trapped in such a way that others took advantage of that to do their own nefarious things. But let me then respond to your question. There's a beautiful book by W.E.B. Du Bois. And this book is hardly ever, I think it's called The Dark Waters, not the other one that is often most important. Now, W.E.B. Du Bois speaks about the mother idea in his book, The Dark Waters. In this book, he says that we of Africa revere womanhood. We revere women because the ancestors in Africa taught us what should be very clear to all of us, that the home, the first home of all human beings is the womb. Du Bois says this. And then Maya Angelou reiterates this when she's in Ghana discussing with one academic. He says, I'm impressed to see that in Africa, you highly place mothers at the top. Because in the US, amongst African Americans, this is what we do too. And it is not surprising because they've got it from the African continent. And these men here, these males, misrepresent us and tell us that women have got nothing to do with circumcision. And yet they are the very same males. When they come from the initiation school, they put on the red ochre, where before they go there, they go into a heart that is shaped in the womb of a woman. What they don't understand by that metaphor is that when you go into that space and become circumcised, you are returning into the womb of your mother so that you may be reborn, to be reshaped, because motherhood is sacredness. Our ancestors taught us this. And so that when you come back then and put on the red ochre, you are representing childbirth. And so therefore, if we are to understand and are to be able to engage and confront patriarchy and sexism, we've got to understand, as Mama Ndandala tells us, and also Mbiti tells us, that in African culture, a woman walking around bare-breasted, it is not a sign of shame. We do not hide women's breasts. They are proud of them because breastfeeding is a symbol of giving life. Because these are the first providers of food. These very first givers of life. These very first protectors of human beings. And so when we come wearing this and putting on this ochre, we are paying tribute to womanhood. And until then, and Manadav was saying the other day, Isis was the one who, after her husband had been killed, had brought together the pieces of her husband. Because African people, we know that it is women who are going to lead us into bringing together. Because from the very beginning of our ancestral philosophy, we know that a child comes from the womb. This is the mother. And when we return to the earth, we are returning to the Mother Earth. And so, therefore, if then, in terms of Afrocentricity, Pan-Africanism, and echoed by Biko and MANGALISO, SOBUKWE, and Nkrumah, they say that we are fighting for the noblest cause on earth, the liberation of humankind. And Biko then says that the Western world may have done wonders in creating a military and industrial outlook, but the greatest gift is yet to come back from Africa to give the world a human face. It is that culture. But, and this is my last sentence, our brothers and sisters, we took for granted, because we're in the continent, that we know culture. And that's why we don't understand much of what is our culture this much, because we think that by simply being located in the African continent, automatically we know what is African. But those who were dislocated realized that a lot was taken from them, and they made a great effort to study African culture. And therefore, the quest for Pan-Africanism is that all of us here, we must be committed to the liberation of Africans all over the world. Our brothers and sisters continue to be brutalized and to be killed and all of that, and to be ill-treated and treated as non-human beings there. Our responsibility is to care for ourselves and to care for them, but it's going to, the danger is that I wonder how this, and we must emphasize that because not only our brothers and sisters brutalized in the USA, we are brutalizing our own right here in the continent. But of course, due to miseducation, to alienation and all of that. But Afrocentricity seeks to relocate and to relink ourselves with our own selves.
Thank you, Tam. Thank you so much. I'd just like to make a quick comment in terms of what you had said while you were talking and sharing the importance of the womb and the woman. I was thinking of the Africana woman, the presentation that we had yesterday, and I was thinking of Africana womanism, right? And how Africana womanism, as presented yesterday, and as we understand it in the form of culture, is similar to that that was developed by Clenora Hudson Weems in America. And I was thinking, if the womb is a connector, a giver of life, a sustainer, and this is the same conceptions that we have as we were given, had a great lecture by Mama Nadova yesterday. I believe that that can be also the link, because we link through the woman, our conception of womanhood, and also that is it is a journey towards restoration, you know, a journey towards denying or rebuking this patriarchy that exists, that is from a foreign culture, because we are having the same understanding. So I do agree with you that, you know, violence is happening in the States, it's also happening here, it's happening in the diaspora, but when we center the African woman, then we are able to rebuild, we are able to restore. So I just wanted to make that reference to Africana womanism, that perhaps that is, you know, the ground in which we can build a future. So thank you, Taima. Thank you, Baba Susanti, and we are very blessed, and thank you for that. Maybe if you could expand on the question. I think it was the first question after the lecture, in terms of the difference between Africanism, Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Africanness. I think you did give us things to read, what it is that we could look to, but I just wanted to know the distinction between ism and ness, and where is this motion? Is there some sort of motion happening? What kind of motion is it, and how do we place ourselves there, especially when we are thinking of the future? So perhaps we can...
Okay. Thanks very much, and thanks for your patience. Part of the reason for the distinction I made is that I noticed through the literature that I was exposed to that actually there are two things with us. One is that we have no other option but to think in terms of the language into which we are born. Okay? So what else can we do? If you find yourself in a Venda-speaking environment, you are Venda. And so your view of the world, your entry into the world. So it's not only your body, which is your mode of entry into the world, but it is also your language, which is your mode of entry into the world. So you will speak and think according to the language that feeds you. And when I say the language that feeds you, I mean the language that you suck from your mother's breast. You don't suck only life from her, you suck also culture from her. The world being what it is, we have now intermingled. We are mixed in various senses of the word. We are mixed. And this mixture can be good or bad, but in our case, it is still a problem because it was not a voluntary mixture. Okay. So when something is imposed upon you, it becomes a problem. That's why slavery is an issue. That's why conquest in an unjust war is an issue. So through those historical phenomena, we met what we call other people, yet they are really not other people because their mother is here. As I don't know if I mentioned here, but if you go to the National Museum of Ethiopia in Addis Ababa, one of the inscriptions in the basement is, "And the world became African," for the simple reason that Homo sapiens, even Homo sapiens, sapiens sapiens, meaning Homo adulta, is to be found in Ethiopia. So we all children of the same mother, but geography, nature separate. So one of the things I would like you as young people to think about is to construct a puzzle of Mother Earth, to see how the different pieces of this puzzle meet, come together to form one. And when you have seen that they form one, remember that in the beginning it was just like that. So the splitting of Mother Earth into different parts took many, many years. Many years. But during that time, those who were in another part then went somewhere else or decided to live there. They meet other things there. Their hair changes, this and that, that and that and that and that. Okay? They have also a different language. And then they decide to look at one another as the other. But how can a brother and sister be the other when we come from the same source? How can that be? You see, so it's not only that we should construct a puzzle, but I think that most of our youth today have what I observe to be an obtuse sense of curiosity. Only curious. Maybe you have been damaged by the English proverb, curiosity is a woman's vice. It is not so. Curiosity is not a woman's vice. To the contrary, we need to be curious, seriously so that we can come to terms with the present reality. Because the present reality contains the future in it. So if you are not going to be curious, you will not even have a future. You will be a dangling participle. Okay? So, I go back to language. That when you see these different languages, they give you the impression that you see different human beings. But we saw yesterday when Mama was presenting, one of the sentences was that, well, we human beings are 99.9% similar at the DNA level. I was curious about the use of the word similar for the simple reason that the chair of the Human Genome Project actually uses the word, he uses the sentence, at the DNA level, we are 99.9% identical. He didn't use similar. So I was curious. Only in the next sentence in his book, The Language of God, does he use the word similar. He says, we are similar, we are one family. It doesn't matter from which part of the world you come. DNA identity is such that it makes us one. It's just one. You can't go wrong. 99.9. Can you imagine the margin of error? So, if it is so, I mean, let's leave the semantic of identical and similar aside for the moment. If we really are that identical, why does it seem that you're not curious to ask maybe a straightforward question? Because we are 99.9% identical, why do we have even to talk in terms of skin color? Why? What do we need that for? Why do we have to say that one is black, white, yellow, and green? And given my travels across the globe, I stand here to affirm that I have never in my life seen a human being as white as snow. Never. Abeko. So you can see the fallacy of color-oriented reasoning. There were reasons. So this is what I mean by curiosity. Just learn to be curious. Why do we have this? Now we talk black, white. Okay? You surely, like Prof. Pryor said, you surely can meet black people in the townships, we call them Banimbi. But you can't find a white human being. So, you know, language is very important because it can lead you to truth and falsity. Now, having said, our language, the language from Urbantu until now, has got the point that when umuntu, whether you say it in Nguni languages or umuntu. Now, when you split this concept, you will see, now I'm getting to ism and what. So, when you split this concept, you will see that when you say ubu, for example, it can be anything, you know? It can be ubuhlungu. So the ubu is there, but it is standing like a dangling participle. It is waiting for something. To use the language of your technology, it is waiting for someone to log in. Okay? So otherwise it is not yet certain what is going to happen. All right? Ubutagati can also be. So Ubu is waiting for someone to log in. And waiting means waiting. It means in motion. Okay? It is waiting. It is going to stop temporarily to be in motion temporarily. And I don't use stop in the literal sense because motion is forever. It is unstoppable. So when you log in by Ubuntu, then you give it something. In the grammar of our conquerors, we call that a verbal noun, a gerund. That's period. Now, it means the verb, the doing, that the ubuing is still there. Only that now something has logged onto it and gave it a concrete shape and form. Okay? All right. So before any login, you have the suffix nes, N-E-S. All right? Because it is a nes, it's uncertain, it is dangling in the air. When something comes up, it remains a nes because motion is unstoppable. And that's where I come to the point that when you look at the literature, you will see that when we talk about our languages philosophically, we think in the language of our mother from here. But when we write, because we're now writing or talking according to the terms of the conqueror, we think in our philosophy, but we write through the medium of a language that does not correspond with our philosophy. And there you get so many isms, including Bantuism, Hunuism, like Stanley Samkhag. When you study his book, you see the logic is on Ubu. But the English that he's writing gives a different interpretation of what is according to the reason. The same with Nkrumah and Kaunda on African humanism. Now, this ism is problematical insofar as it purports to be the end point of motion. To be the end point of motion. When we were little boys and girls, we had a game, and we called it to jump over your shadow. So we were always on guard, watching to see who is going to tell us, hey, I jumped my shadow. Because we thought that, no, when you jump, your shadow also jumps. So you never can jump over a shadow. So it was lie detector. You see, we didn't need lie detectors. We just knew the liar would be found by just claiming Gutiena jumped over the shadow. By this, I also want to say, by this, I also want to say, to repeat again, the importance of truthfulness, okay? At the same time, to illustrate that motion is unstoppable. So when it has stopped for a little while, it does not have to be called an ism, because an ism pretends that there is a complete stop. And that's where the problem is. You see, so once you have an ism, the distance between that and dogmatism is too close for comfort. You see the point? That is the reason why this problem of motion, for sure, borrowed from here, Africa, taken over by the Greeks, like you just heard from Brother Society, right? Plato, Aristotle, okay? Their issue in Western philosophy is the problem of what is the principle of life? Is it motion or rest? You get even St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine, from here, saying in some of his texts, our heart is restless until it rests in thee. Final rest. You see, so that has been so much of a problem for Christianity that the theology of Aristotle, which was borrowed from Africa, remember the Kemetian, I'm not going to repeat, right? Which was taken from here to their side of the world. Now, Aristotle understood very well the unstoppability of motion. So what happened? When he espoused his theology in metaphysics, some clever people decided, hey, if we go this route, there could be problems. So what did they do? Averroes decided to doctor Aristotle so that he becomes palatable to Islam. Moses Maimonides doctors Aristotle so he becomes palatable to Judaism. The doctor of the church, Thomas Aquinas, doctors. At that time, the works of Aristotle are banned in the West in 1272 to allow for this doctrine, so that by the time he is spread out, then the Christian dimension to it emerges. That is what I mean by two things. First, The problem of ism is that it narrows the distance between itself and dogmatism. Second, it is so that when you do that, you easily divert from truthfulness. You go the other way. You see? Yes. That is why the God of these religions has got no sense of proportion. In the sense that, how can you give me a finite life, but punish me infinitely, eternally? Who were that? What fraction of eternity, mathematically speaking? What fraction of eternity is finitude? Ravana God has got no sense of it. So, you see, these are the things we're appealing to. Just be curious. There are lots of texts, and there are always, all the time, contestations about truth. All the time. To such an extent that even a very well-known historian of Western philosophy, Copleston, actually in one of his books, he wrote volumes on history of philosophy. Are you aware that Copleston speaks against Aristotle? Aristotle writes that I studied philosophy in Africa. Copleston tells Aristotle, you are lying, you didn't study philosophy in Africa. And you see, he's an authority. So you see, truthfulness. So even if we may be bookish, let us remember that the book does not bear the last word. Let us remember. Thank you.
And just to pick from, being in motion or having to be in motion, I think we also have to consider that there has to be a balance for even there to be motion in the form of being, as he had just explained. So I wanted to go back to the concept of the oneness which you mentioned, and the homework you gave us as the youth to see that we are one, we are the human race, and see how I can link that in with the concept of the warrior god and the vow of war that you mentioned in your lecture. I think do we have our own warrior god? Do we have our own? And if we are thinking, if we are, as you're teaching that we are one human race, but the part of the race decided to lodge war and is still lodging it. So how is it that we are responding to that? Are we the ones to teach? Is it our responsibility to teach that we are one? Like, is it our responsibility to do the teaching of those who are lodging war? How do we respond to this war that is happening, that but now how do you respond to that? Is it the same as what Dr. Desmond Tutu had said in terms of Ubuntu, that idea of Ubuntu, and if there's war on us, what is the actual response? Because it has also to be in motion, as we are speaking about. It has to be in motion because we are in motion, yes, but what is it that we are doing? Are we moving forward? Are we envisioning a future? So how do we conceive this warrior god? Because if there's a war that's going on and has been lodged and continues to be, then there should be a response which is balance if we're going to speak about justice, or that there needs to be a balance so that there is some sort of motion. So what can we make of that in our own warrior god?
Thank you. Well, one one of the central problems about the idea of God is that I'm talking about the idea of God. Voilà. You see, to put it briefly, Etienne Gilson, in his book, God and Philosophy, summarizes a very long debate about this idea of God by the following thesis. God is not a scientific probability, but a metaphysical necessity. So you see, if you think you can go to the laboratory and prove to me scientifically that God exists, you are on the wrong path. Because God is not a scientific probability. So you see the use of words probability and necessity. So outside of science, there is metaphysics. There, God is necessary. However you understand God, there God is necessary. Okay? And the determination of necessity depends on your existential conditions. That's why you will have gods and God. Now, the gods, you heard from the lecture, Iso, when you saw that they were gods, plural, S. They are all metaphysical necessities. So meaning that Homo orans, the praying human being, is not a kind of alien inclusion into our composition as human beings. It is necessary. You saw that this is praying before he delivered his lecture here. Okay? If you listened, and I hope I heard you correctly, I didn't find an invocation of the God of Jesus Christ. I did not find an invocation of Yahweh. I did not find an invocation of Allah. I didn't find that. Meaning that it is quite a political issue to claim that monotheism is the best form of religiosity. And these three religions are called the three great religions of the world, precisely because they subscribe to monotheism. What does that mean? In practice, it means they have decided to kill the gods of all the other people so that their own God becomes the God. You're born again. It becomes a struggle for power. That's why they have a warrior God. It becomes a struggle for power. And when that happens, we know what we do. To any form of imposition, the answer is always resistance. How to resist depends on the circumstances, but no capitulation. So the stance first is no capitulation, and then how do we make this true in the circumstances in which we are? You see, so it is good to say in the name of the Father and the Son, and you see, you make a Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So why do you go there? Because you name three people, but you hit yourself 4 times. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And one of the persons of the triune Godhead? Yeah, just these small things. Why 3 and then you go 4 times? Okay? So, I don't think we need a warrior God. We need the power and the courage to resist. No capitulation. Just the courage and the power to resist. To invoke a God who will be a kind of flavor to this. Just a flavor. But a God is not necessary.
I just also wanted to highlight, someone made a comment that the Kwesipha, that they had said that, you know, our future will be bloody. So I'm not sure if that is resistance, if that is a form of resistance, or if we've always resisted, but this is something that we're going to discuss, that maybe what we could discuss as we are going out for lunch, that what does it mean that our future is going to be bloody, and how much more could we continue with the resistance. And Ramose and Dr. Susante, thank you so much. And I can
Re rebogile Tharollo for this session. Thank you so much. Colleagues, I just want to make 3 quick announcements. Ke tla le emela le fetse ge. 3 quick announcements. Yes, we're moving down to Khorong, which means that it's the last opportunity for us to buy books from the bookstalls. And I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The people that we've invited to sell books have been quite pleased with your support. So, siyabulela kakhulu ma-Afrika, zibetheleni izandla. And secondly, the first request that we would like to make from you is that when we get to Khorong, can we please do a group picture? Again, we are historians, we want to archive and memorialize. Can we do a group picture at the stairs, go Khorong? And then immediately after the group picture, we'll have lunch. And then that will be followed by a walkabout at the UNISA Art Gallery. There's an exhibition that's ongoing. It's titled We the People. And I hope you'll enjoy it. Thank you so much. Let us move to Khorong.
you.